Yeah, I switched around a bunch of the colors here. Well, I only did about 5 minutes of work. I just wanted to get kind of this towel color on. The towel's missing on the other side there. And this bathing suit color. And I made these, in the one episode, you had like these little glasses. So I've got that up on there too. And yeah, we'll just go along as usual. I think I'll start with these glasses actually while I remember it. That. Okay, glasses. Glasses. Okay, yeah, I don't think there's anything I really needed here. I just need kind of a reflection. There we go. PB Zelos, thanks for following. Doesn't have to be too sophisticated here. Put a bit of a fade behind this here. Just so it doesn't look, well, I guess it doesn't matter if it looks too flat, but go up, go up. There we go, that's good enough. Maybe fade these a little bit here. 9. Thanks, Phoebe. Yeah, I do like the Evo stuff. It's pretty fun to draw. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I need to do the... What is this? Oh, is this strands? I'll make sure I label most of this stuff. Usually I don't label a lot of stuff. If I'm just drawing by myself. But then when I come back to it, I can't remember what I was doing, so... There we go, just so we get that. So we got the towel kind of going around both sides of her head here because it kind of just disappears. And yeah, I went back and got the actual colors for it. So I think it's from that episode where they're in the woods on like a camping trip or something like that. There's a few like they do have a bunch of different outfits in the show, but let's stick with this one. I think is the first one she has. She has a purple one and a blue one. I think the pink one looks better. The purple one's kind of dark. I took the green color from Jean has a bunch of costumes, or she has a bunch of swimsuits, so the green is just taken from that because it's kind of a generic green, which I think is good. I'll get rid of this thing, chuck that away. Okay, get this. And yeah, we'll just work away at the skin here. And yeah, for anybody that's just come in, you guys can ask questions in the chat and stuff, and I'll try to answer as many as I can. We'll do a bit of a kind of a half and half balance light here, since it would be like a sunny day. We'll have the light kind of bouncing off of the cement, and it would be going up. Yeah, retreat, I think there's like cruise control. They have a different set, and there's a couple times you see them at the pool. I can't remember the exact episodes. I think like Spike and Speed and a few others. I don't know. I'm pretty good at remembering certain costumes and stuff. But like I said, I haven't watched the show or kind of done anything with Evo for quite a while, so the information kind of just fades from your brain. Go with a bit. I'll make that after, actually. But yeah, we actually got affiliate. I don't know when it was. Yesterday or something, so it's pretty good that we can monetize stuff. So at the end of every hour, we'll have like a little ad roll thing, but not anything crazy. Which is kind of good. It'll give me a second to go just get a drink or do something. But yeah, we can also take subs, and I think the tip thing is set up too, so you know, if anybody wants to give anything, that's fine. How was I gonna do this? I thought this out and then I forgot. Because yeah, her hips would kind of be here. So I want kind of an inverse here. I don't want her like, yeah, I want to try to get away from her having like defined, you know, abs and stuff, but I think it just looks better if you define something. Like you can't, if you leave it as just kind of nothing, it looks weird. And because yeah, they are pretty skinny in the show, so you know, I don't want to have a ton of like muscular definition. But yeah, if you're really, really skinny, then it's gonna kind of show off, you know, like your that doesn't look too good. We'll work on it. Work on it as we go along here. That's kind of how skin is. Sometimes something will look like garbage. Just gotta go through and rework it. Oops. Yeah, Nishio or 00. Thanks for following. Why is this so bright? That's like the wrong color. Well, we'll just see how that looks. We can always darken it up. I don't want it to get too bright here. But it's good to kind of cut away. Use that bounce light to kind of cut out pieces here. Oops. Hey Shadowkin. Yeah, I would probably go back and I don't know, watch it again at some point. I think Evo is pretty good. Like it has some stupid episodes, but overall it's still really watchable if, you know, not dated. Nishi, well I guess yeah, Nishi 00 or 00. But I think the only thing that would really date it is just kind of the technology and stuff, because it's like, you know, it's like really early 2000s. What was it? I think it was like 2002, 2003, something like that. But I don't mind the storyline in Evo. I think they did a good enough job of like making a show with kind of what they were given. You know, obviously they wanted a show that kind of took elements from the movies, but you know, didn't kind of overlap with them, which I think was kind of smart actually, because it was kind of its own thing, but it was using elements of the movies to a degree. I think it's better to have bigger ones and smaller ones, so they're also being kind of pushed up by the bikini top, so we'll see how it looks eventually. I can always kind of resize stuff. Generally, I'll do kind of a bunch of editing at the end to kind of clear things up. And I need a little bit over here. Oh, Tachiment. Thanks for the prime. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's going good here so far. Well, we haven't done that much, but I'll start to smooth stuff out in a second here. And then we'll kind of decide just how shiny, you know, like we'll see how it looks. Sometimes, you know, you get things too shiny, it doesn't look very good. So we could have it so it looks like they came out of the pool. But we'll just see what it looks like, you know, like sometimes that looks really cool, sometimes it looks silly, so. Yeah, we'll just see. Yeah, that's a good question, Shadowkin. We'll keep Picardo on Sundays, and we'll get kind of a schedule for Twitch at a certain point. Like obviously, you know, we're not really doing anything December, so I can kind of stream, you know, whenever. But yeah, eventually we'll get kind of you know, do like a Wednesday, Friday, something not too crazy. You know, I don't want to, like once I'm doing work, then it'll, yeah, we'll just have to see with it. Like, cause like, you know, once I'm making the game and I go into like crunch mode or something like that, then we'll have to see if I could even, you know, kind of do anything. Like I think it would still be okay because I would do it if I was in the crunch. I would do the stream as more of a, you know, just something to relax for a bit. But yeah, we'll figure it out. Like Picardo will stay kind of the way it is. You know, we'll do more stuff to do with the game, like assets from the game. You know, probably in the next one we'll do like a Christmas one on there. Just because like Twitch we can do more different things, you know, we can play games, we can do random things here. Picardo I'd like to keep as just drawing, you know, like nudie stuff that we can't do on Twitch, so. But yeah, we'll figure that out. Definitely get some kind of a schedule that'll evolve, you know, like because mainly like the Twitch doesn't have to be work all the time. Alexander, thanks for the sub. Thanks a lot. But yeah, for now I'm just kind of doing it whenever. I was gonna do kind of a few days in a row, but my dad was in town, so I was kind of hanging out with him the last couple days. But he just left this morning, so I wanted to get back to this picture so that I could remember what I was doing. Not leave it too long. But yeah, we'll just figure that stuff out. Kind of try to do it in a natural way. I might do a stream tomorrow. Probably at the end of the week, we'll do like a Twitch recap or something, and put a bunch of the pictures up. Cause yeah, tomorrow on Saturdays there's usually UFC, so watch that to relax. And then yeah, Picardo, we'll do the usual. Like I said, I've got some Christmas stuff. Maybe we'll do like a vote on some other things. I'd like to vote on like what character people want to start on. Because we finished Stargirl, we finished Black Canary. So I don't think we've got anybody set up to kind of do anything going into the new year. So figure that out. Yeah, Gallon, thanks for the Prime sub. Thanks a lot. Just helps us out. Like, the good thing about Twitch is, you know, we can, if people want to give some extra money and they can't give it on Picardo or Patreon for some reason, then, you know, you can give something on Twitch too that helps us, you know, kind of keep things rolling. And if Twitch makes a decent amount of money, then, you know, it gives us a, you know, incentive to do more stuff. Yeah, a lot of people have like the VAT tax and stuff in Europe, so on Patreon. And, you know, some of this, like, you know, some, like, everything's going to have its problems too. But it just gives us another way to make some money here and there, which is always nice in case, you know, you never know what's going to happen in the future. Basically, the more money we get, the more we can do always. So we try to save as much as we can. And we'll get this smoothed out and see what it looks like here. Yeah, it hasn't really snowed here in a couple days, but it was really cold. It went to about minus 45. But yeah, my house survived. I could hear it creaking a bit now and then, but that's just going to happen when it gets that cold. Couldn't get any vehicles to start though. So that was fine. I was just stuck at home anyways. Yeah, most of them know at this point. Like, it's not really a big deal. Oops. Yeah, I'll try to get a bit better definition here on the skin. It's tough with the white skin. I don't like to try to... You kind of got to be careful how far you push it with the really light skin. The darker the skin is actually better. At least I find, for just being more forgiving, it's easier to kind of control it. When it's really, really light, everything kind of affects everything. But yeah, we'll get this kind of bounce off of the ground there on it. Oh, that looks pretty good. Yeah, we'll have to work on like some emotes and stuff. Like I said, I still gotta work on my. I want to do like some kind of custom banners and stuff like that. Maybe I'll start on that next week. Get some custom animations and things. And then we could get some emotes from like Discord too, and put them in here as well. But I'm also trying to learn some other animation stuff too at the same time, so kind of balancing all that stuff out. Try not to spend too much time on one specific thing right now. There's a bunch of stuff I want to get done with, like Bender Break 2 as well. Because if I can make some significant progress on it right now, you know, next year I'd like to try to get another version of it out. But it just really depends on how far I get along with that stuff. Like I said, I don't want to try to push, you know, kind of push it out the door like we did last time, which I think was kind of stupid. There's no real benefit to it anyways when you do that. Yeah, we just got affiliate, I think yesterday or today or something. I don't know when it was. You don't have to do too much to get affiliate. You got to do quite a bit more to get partner. But we'll just see how it goes along. My notification's not popping up here. Yeah, McBomb27, thanks for following. We finally got the notification set up properly for anyone who's in Discord too, so. You can sub there as well. With, I think it's, yeah, in the welcome thing, you can click on the little Twitch emote. Yeah, I think I'll delete this here. I'm not crazy about this. Kind of side thing. Yeah, I don't know about the subs. I think there's a few, maybe 5 or 6. Yeah, we'll have to see with some of the emotes. I don't think we can transfer all of them over. Just kind of work on this a bit here. I don't want our rib cage to be like sticking out, but she's so skinny, you would kind of have some kind of definition here. Hey Boo Man, how's it going? Yeah, it's not too bad. It's not great either, actually. It's too many. What the hell are those muscles called? Yeah, I don't want too many like striations and stuff. I don't want like they wouldn't be like muscular. It's just they're skinny, so it would show. It would just show through kind of. Um, the cell shading doesn't take very long. I generally kind of just do kind of a simple two-tone shade and then kind of kind of just smudge it out a bit. And that's really all I do. I don't like to get too technical. Just because I like stuff that I can replicate. So like, I could make really nice looking skin, but then if it's really complicated, it becomes harder to make a duplicate of it. Oops, get my. Oops. That's why I turned my sound off. Yeah, Zorixen, Noche, or Noki. Thanks for following. Kitty will be quite a bit easier just because she doesn't really have much skin here. We'll kind of work our way at Rogue first, though. Just because she's got the most. The most amount. Yeah, we've only really been streaming on Twitch for like a couple weeks here. I think we started in like November 20th or something. But just to give us something else to do, that's a little bit too much there actually. Yeah, with Twitch we can kind of we'll do like probably more game related stuff and just more miscellaneous things. But we'll keep Picardo kind of the way it is. It's been going along for I think it was 6 years now. And yeah, this would be further over here. And yeah, we'll work on a bit of shine here. We'll do a couple layers of it. We'll do a basic one and then like I said, maybe do a brighter one. G Money Gaming, thanks for following. It's hard to say with favorite characters. Like, obviously, I have a few characters I like to draw. You know, some of the evil girls like Korra, different kind of Atla characters. You know, a lot of DC characters. It just kind of depends. I say I don't really have like a favorite. It's more, you know, if I think up a good idea or something like that. I think any character can kind of be fun to work on in the right circumstance. Like, some are harder to draw, some are easier to draw. So yeah, it really just depends. Like, I think it's more about ideas. Like, if you get a good idea for a picture, then it can be a lot of fun just kind of, you know, working on that idea, fleshing it out. Like, even this one I thought of for a while. I wanted to do some kind of a swimsuit thing. Like, obviously we got to stay with, you know, kind of more safer work type stuff on Twitch, which is not so bad. I'd say it's easier to draw, actually. Like, drawing nude stuff is difficult because you can't really hide anything. Like, here you can kind of hide. Hide a bit of stuff with the clothing, you know. Yeah. Yeah, it's tough to think up so many Amazon designs, especially when there isn't really anything in the show, so I just started kind of throwing in characters I like. I think there's a bunch. There's kind of like April O'Neil, and there's a few others in there. I don't think they've shown up yet. But I knew that I kind of wanted like a Korra knockoff, and stuff like that just for fun, really. Like, I wouldn't really want to put things like that into the main game. But yeah, I've already kind of set a precedent with that with the events. There's kind of a bunch of OC characters that get content. Yeah, there's a bunch of other characters, OC characters, that have been references to, you know, other things as well. I think they're just a lot more subtle. Like, obviously, Palace within the event is just a straight up knockoff. I don't know. I think for AI, like, the thing that would make the most sense to me, I think, is probably backgrounds or something. Like, I don't think an AI is going to be consistent enough to. Well, I don't know. It's hard to say. Most of the AI art I've seen has not been really that good. It just kind of, like, it's okay, I guess. But I think it makes really kind of generic stuff. But I would guess that, like, for backgrounds or something, it would make more sense. You know, like backgrounds are a lot easier. Especially when you have like a piece that's, you know, like a library or something that has a ton of books instead of having to draw all those books. I think for that type of stuff, it makes sense. Yeah, I think the problem with AI is, like I said, it kind of just makes boring stuff. Like, you see it a lot if you go to like go to a website and you see just a kind of a dump of like hundreds of these AI pictures. It just, like, for me, I can kind of see them right away, even as a thumbnail, you can see them. And I kind of just tune them out, so I don't think it'll ever be good at making like really dynamic pictures or anything like that. But I think for generic stuff, it's probably pretty good, like backgrounds or something like that. Try this here. But yeah, I don't think it's very good at character work. Like, it can kind of do, faces and hair decently. It does skin all right. But yeah, I don't think it's very good at like posing or character work. It's always trying to hide stuff, it's trying to hide hands, it's trying to hide stuff that it's not doing well. And I think that would be kind of tough to work around. Like, you could probably get away with a lot. I've seen some good AI stuff. So for like a VN, you don't need like super technical drawings or anything. I don't know. It'd be interesting. I'm sure somebody's doing it right now. I'm trying to make a bunch of VNs. Yeah, I got to go back and finish that library. I kind of just roughly did the books. I think I did maybe a row of them, and then I kind of just didn't really finish them. It just gets tough. It take hours and hours to kind of go through and do everything book by book. So I think for that type of stuff, it would make a lot of sense, because like backgrounds are just, they're just backgrounds, especially big, complicated backgrounds. The AI, I think, makes a lot of sense there. Kylefire89, thanks for following. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen it do anything particularly interesting, really. Like I was saying, even with the thumbnails, you can always tell the AI art very easily, because it always kind of does repetitious things. It doesn't, like, if you had a person draw, say, 50 pictures, they're going to look very different. But the AI will tend to do the same things over and over and over. So it's pretty easy to just see it. But yeah, like I said, it is probably good for repetitious stuff like that, like a complex background, like a city background with the windows, or like I've seen it do it like books and stuff, but they're all weird, like if you look at it at a glance, it's like, okay, it looks all right, but if you look at the books, the text is all like gibberish, and the books don't really make any sense three-dimensionally. They're just kind of like a bunch of rectangles in weird positions. Like, it does weird stuff because it can't really it can't really interpret things like we do. Lazy Visionary, thanks for following. So it like it's almost like it is an artist, it tries to hide a lot of things. Like it'll hide the hands behind the back. Like it's always trying to hide hands and feet, and unless that's programmed into it, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, hey Wolfpig Heart. Thanks for the follow. Well, not necessarily a bad artist. I'd say like artists in general do that. Like you can see that I've done that here even. I've hidden Kitty's hands behind a boob. Her legs are off the screen. The fit, one foot is behind the leg and the other foot is off and the hands are off. So I only drew like 4 fingers out of a hand. So I'm doing the same thing here. I can't really complain that an AI would do that too. But I think it's just, when it has to draw a lot of that stuff at the open, it's pretty obvious, like because it's one thing with humans is like we have a lot of stuff in our mind for processing faces and bodies and hands and stuff. Like we have a lot of like synapses in our brain that are just there to basically process like facial expressions and things. So when they look weird, especially hands and faces, then it causes a reaction in your brain, like it's just a thing that everybody has. And like you look at your hands pretty much all day, so it's just, you're going to notice that stuff extremely fast. And it's not like it's terrible. I think it does a decent job. It just does weird shit. Like it'll put extra hands. Some pictures they'll have like 5 or 6 hands, and sometimes it'll do really weird things. And I think that really becomes very obvious to people. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it advances. I don't think it's ever going to replace artists. Like, it'll replace a lot of kind of generic work, but I don't see it ever being dynamic enough. Like say like, show me an AI that could generate like a comic or something that is dynamic, and it makes sense visually. I don't think it'll ever be able to do that type of stuff, because you have to, like especially like a comic design, panel design, stuff like that. You have to, take that into account. But you never know. I don't know. It's interesting to see, I guess. But yeah, I'd say the backgrounds and stuff make more sense. Not for smaller backgrounds, I don't think it would save you any time, but if it could get consistent at doing like some bigger complex backgrounds, like like a cityscape or a library or something that has a lot of complex detail in it, that would take me like dozens of hours to do. Because you just like, as a human, you just can't really make up that time, like it's just too much. Because I think the biggest ones I've done is like the city in SU. That took me probably like 12 hours or so. Or some of the, or like Themyscira, kind of the overmap. Like a lot of the overmap ones are the ones that take the longest, because there's just, so many little details and buildings and things. Plus, I think if you can get the AI even to, make a generic version, you can touch it up. Like you could just fix most of that stuff. Like if you're a half decent artist, or you don't even need to be really, you know, if the AI screws up a hand or something, you could just redraw it. Yeah, I just don't think it's ever going to be dynamic enough to really design things, you know, with a purpose like that. Just because, like, a computer, you can program it to follow guidelines, and that's all it's really doing is kind of imitating what it sees and, you know, kind of trying to follow whatever information you give it to go by. We'll just see. I think there's only maybe 6 or 7 panels left in Power Slave. So I'd like to go back at some point and kind of finish them off. It's just tough to go back to stuff after such a long time because you have to kind of, you know, figure out what you're doing, but also keep it consistent to the stuff that you were doing. But yeah, I definitely do that at some point. Go back and just finish those panels off. I don't know if I'd start into comics again. Like, I would probably just make like a little game or something. The problem with comics is, like, for the amount of time you put into it, you know, visually, you could make a little game. That's just more dynamic. You know, you can do a lot more with a game than you can do with a comic. But we'll see. Yeah, AI is kind of a general term. Like, these things wouldn't even technically be a VI. Like, they're not really thinking. Like, a technical AI would be something that can approximate intelligence. What people are thinking about when they think of an AI is a VI. It's a computer that is imitating being intelligent. It's not sentient. It's not thinking things through like we are. It's going through algorithms to try to appear and trick you into thinking it is. So yeah, I think we're a long ways off from anything that would really be considered an AI. Yeah, because a lot of, like, even Power Slave, like, a lot of Power Slave has really high quality backgrounds in it that take a long time. Like, some of those panels take 10, 12 hours. So, like, with most of these games, like, all you really have to do is kind of make a, you know, you kind of have to make a main character sprite, some general backgrounds, you know, and you can start right into scenes. So it takes more work to kind of get started with a game, but once you get going, you can go quite a bit faster than you can with a comic, because with the comic, you have to go linear, you know, like, you're constantly redoing things over and over and over. So how does that look? That's not bad. I want to make a copy of this and put it up here. I'll just copy these colors quick in case I change them. No, Oni's the one who made Roguelike. But yeah, he was kind of, like he showed me it a long time ago. I think it was like 8.5 years ago, way back. Because I was originally going to do, like my first choice was Evo. I was going to do an Evo game and not a DC game. But he had already been working on his for like 6 or 8 months. So back then there wasn't so many games. There was maybe like a dozen games. So I didn't want to have 2 Evo games competing with each other. Which was the main logic behind that. But yeah, in the future, like, doing some small games and stuff, I wouldn't probably ever do a game as big as SU again. But there's, in comparison, like something like Evo, you've got what, maybe like, half a dozen characters. Like, it's not really that big. Like, SU basically covers the whole DC universe. All you have to do is just make a game that's just, a lot smaller than that. Like, it would just cover Evo, and that's it. Maybe some other stuff. But, you even look at Themyscira, I think it's got like 26 characters or something already. So that would be way more characters even with that than, you've got in this. You've gotten kind of the whole show with Evo. Just kind of overexposing this stuff to see what it looks like here. Not bad. It's kind of hard to get shine on that kind of a green there. Themyscira will probably still be updated for a while, but I'll definitely throw some other things in so that we're not getting like we've had 2 updates basically with just Themyscira, so throw in some other stuff at least so we're not doing the same thing over and over. I guess we could do a bit of kitty stuff now. Like I was mainly just looking at kind of the universes, so like DC or Marvel, you could kind of do a lot with either one. Like I said, I probably wouldn't do a game of this size again, just because it gets too out of control. Like it's too inefficient, and it kind of just becomes annoying at a certain point. I think it's a nice thing to learn, though. Like SU definitely teaches you about things that you should do and shouldn't do when you get up to that size, but there's just too many inefficiencies where you're kind of working against yourself all the time. Yeah, I really liked Evo too. Like I said, I think it was a good show for what it was. Obviously, I think it was made, because the X-Men movies were coming out and they wanted kind of a show that wasn't based on them, that was kind of based around the ideas though. So, with the characters that were, in like school. So for what it was pretty good. And I think it had some interesting ideas. Like I like the idea of Apocalypse in it. They changed, some stuff to be interesting. Some stuff was garbage, like I'd always kind of rag on the Juggernaut just being trash. Whoever designed that, I don't know what's wrong with them. especially compared to like the 90s animated show where Juggernaut was so good in that show. He was like my favorite character. Because he was just an ass. He would just show up and just start wrecking everything, and nobody could really do anything. And I think that's how you should use Juggernaut anyways. That's the whole point of him. And especially there's like in the Dark Phoenix saga there, Gladiator, it kind of has that POV of Gladiator coming down. And, you know, Juggernaut punches him and it just does nothing, and Gladiator like throws him across the world. Yeah, that was pretty badass. It just at the 90s show, I think was so good because it took the comics and made them into a show. Like if you were reading the comics, they weren't like 1-to-1, but like they're definitely way closer than anything has ever been. You know, like most of this stuff was just dead on. Where they do, you know, like an arc like Genosha or something. Or what other ones did they do? They did Dark Phoenix. They did Days of Future Past, like pretty much perfect. They did pretty much all the big X-Men arcs at the time in the 90s. Yeah, Kaznia is kind of, like I said, just a place, you know, like I wanted to have a big area so you could do a lot of stuff there eventually. Like a lot of those places will end up being things you can go to probably for other events. Or, yeah, something involving Savage or something like that. So, like those rooms that there's nothing really going on right now, you could do something in there. I think the most valuable thing you can learn with the game development is just what not to do, you know, like trying out a lot of stuff, failing at things, like I said, like the efficiency, you know, like just even like the cells and stuff, they could be redesigned to be better. You know, just be easier to work with. Like, I don't think the cells are bad. I think it's just the design, you know, like it's too much work with all the costumes and everything. It doesn't make any sense. But you can easily redesign that. Like in Bender Break 2, I still have the costumes, but I fixed the, you know, the whole costume problems pretty easily. Yeah, Evo just did a lot of stuff that was kind of just, you know, drama stuff, but I think it was done well. It wasn't stupid. You can tell that the people who were working on the show took the lore, you know, kind of into account and figured things out. Which was, you know, it was apparent in the 90s show as well. They were obviously sticking very close to the lore. I think too many times now, everything, it deviates from the lore instantly, and it's like, if you're not going to follow the lore, what are you even doing? Like, especially if you're making stuff that's worse. Like something like Rings of Power is a perfect example. It's like everything you're doing is 100% worse than the actual story. So why even bother doing it? Yeah, I think I have the DVDs somewhere. I've got DVDs for mostly all the shows and the Blu-rays, if there are some. Generally, I just watch stuff on my computer, though. Or like it depends what I'm doing. Like if I'm doing a certain character or something like that, I would probably usually sit down and watch an episode or two that character is in, so you can get kind of a mindset for how they talk and their mannerisms and stuff. So if I'm doing something in SU, I'll do that as well, because it doesn't take too long. You can watch an episode or two or three in like an hour, and that it just gives you a great idea of how the person is designed. Like it's not even hard. Yeah, Durin and Elrond is like the only thing that's half decent in that show, and it's still pretty stupid. Like the storyline still makes no sense. The actors they're trying, like I don't fault most of the actors because they're trying to do something with what they're given to work with. It's 100% on the writers. Like if your foundation is garbage, well, what are you supposed to do? And that's what happens with a lot of this stuff. It's just terrible, terrible writing, like god awful writing. Like a high school writing competition would smash these guys. Because they don't like. The best thing was that like Hot D came out the same time as Rings of Power, and it just showed you like the difference night and day. Yeah, I think the best stuff is when you, like I said, like something like Evo, where you're taking the basis of the characters, but you're still staying true to the characters while developing new lore and new ideas, and you're in a different setting. If you just take the characters and you do whatever you feel like with them and try to change them into completely different characters, why even using those characters? Like, what is the point of this? Just stupid. It's just, it's just an arrogance and a stupidity, I think, of modern screenwriters, especially these producers, like just idiots. Like you could get anybody off the street to beat these guys. You could literally hire like a YouTube creator, like if you're making a Star Wars show, hire a creator off of YouTube who actually knows the lore. You'd literally get a better show. He has zero experience. He'd still crush those guys. Because they're not doing anything anyways. You saw that especially with Game of Thrones. Like as soon as they didn't have an absolute playbook to work with, it's like everything just instantly fell apart. Yeah, Hot D is a good example too. It's like the book, like Fire and Blood is more of a history of a bunch of maesters talking about events throughout history. It's like a history book because George is a big lore and history nerd. So a lot of the show is up for interpretation, and I think they did a really good job with a lot of it. There's still some stuff I think was stupid. Rhaenys is a good example of a character just disintegrating into garbage, but with everything else, I think they killed a lot of it. Like, it's just a good example of how you actually do that. Take the material and make it interesting. Yeah, the problem too is like with Rings of Power, you've changed everything so much. You can't even like proceed. Like, how do you, obviously everything is being ripped off from the Jackson trilogy because they're hacks, but you can't even get to the Jackson trilogy from where you've set things up because you've messed everything up. Like, it's just stupid. Like, what is the literal point of this? And to me, it just smacks of like, here's $1 billion show, and like nobody even watched it. Like, Did any of these producers actually watch this show? I don't think so. Like, who could watch the show and be like, this is good, you know? It's stupid. All you had to do is buy the rights to the Silmarillion and do those stories. Like, they tried to rip them off and do shitty versions of them that are garbage. Anyways, why didn't you just buy those rights instead of buying the other rights? Like, I think the reason there was they bought the Lord of the Rings rights because they had no faith, you know? At least if they have the Lord of the Rings rights, they can put the movies on Amazon and make some of their money back, you know? Like, they had zero faith in these guys. Well, no wonder they're, you know, some stooges from J.J. Abrams again. Like, I don't know how they keep getting work. Like, is he like the son of a dictator or something? Like, I just don't know. It's that Hollywood politics is the problem, you know? Like, J.J. Abrams is so well connected, it doesn't matter how absolute trash he is. Like, how many things does he have to burn down? Yeah, because even like in Fire and Blood, like Viserys is like, you know, I can't remember it very much, but he's known as being like a drunk and whatever. And, you know, like the whole show, like without Viserys, like how would that show even work? You know, like he was so good in that. And the actor's just crushing it. Like Patty, if Patty doesn't get an Emmy, like what are the Emmys for? You know, like the guy completely killed it. Like literally, it's a perfect example of like Rings of Power. It's like nothing is happening. Everything is stupid. Hot D, it's like old man is walking. Old man walks into room. It's like better than your entire show. Old man walking into room and sitting down. That's hilarious. Whoops. What the hell? But yeah, I'm so glad that like HBO was genius to put that out at the same time as Lord of the Rings, I think, because it just smashed them to pieces. Yeah, like if Disney was smart, they would just take a guy like Star Wars Theory and give him some kind of a license, you know, like, you know, you don't like he has to actually make money, but you know, give him some kind of a license or something. Like, let him make some kind of official content. Like, why not? The shit you're making is garbage anyways. You know, like that fan Vader video he made is better than pretty much all of their shows anyways. So why not just give him some kind of an actual license? You know, like LucasArts with the games used to do that all the time. They would just, there'd be like 15 Star Wars games a year because they would just license it out, you know? So you could do the same thing, like just get them creating content. You've got all these giant production companies under your thumb. You know, as they prove themselves, give them more power. Like, that's how it should work. The problem is with Hollywood and politics, everything is failing upwards. So, like, the worse you are, the more you fail upwards because you're, you know, connected to whatever. And then everything just becomes complete garbage because you have no idea what you're doing. Very stupid. But yeah, Disney is not smart. Disney is actually completely idiotic. Like, it's good they're burning down. Like, they'll just, you know, something of that size takes a long time to die, but it'll just kill itself eventually because bad content is bad forever and good content is good forever. Like, look at something like Star Wars. In what, 3 or 4 years, it's going to be the 50th anniversary of Star Wars. And you can still take it and show it to a kid today, and he can enjoy it. Yeah, I think Disney Plus killed them. They put all their ducks, or their eggs in one basket with Disney Plus, and it's just murder them now because they have to produce like you know, 4 Star Wars series, 4 Marvel series a year, and it's just death. Like, they don't have the skill, they don't have the operators to do that. They should be focusing on making maybe one good series or something, like quality over quantity. Making a ton of garbage is always useless. It doesn't matter. We'll see with the Apocalypse event. Like, Apocalypse would be more of like an end game thing, you know. So I'll just have to see. I wouldn't really work on that right now. Yeah, the perfect example is like what's her face, Reva in the Obi-Wan show. Like, that's just a direct ripoff of the second sister in Fallen Order. It's like a 1-to-1 ripoff, except done worse. So it's like, what's the point of that? Like, you couldn't even rip yourself off and do it properly. Like, that's how pathetic it is. Like, this is beyond pathetic. You're ripping off your own material and failing. And yeah, just garbage, like absolute trash. I think Andor is good. Like, it's not going to be a crowd pleaser though. Like, I really liked Andor because I like to see the Empire and like the political machinations and all that kind of stuff. But Andor is not going to save them, you know. It is a good show. But yeah, it's not going to be like a mass audience pleaser, you know. It's just, that's the way it is. I think if you had like, say, 2 other strong shows, like obviously Mando is a good like action adventure show, and if you had something else that was good, then Andor balances that out nicely with being kind of like a spy political thriller. I think the problem with Andor too is it came out after Boba Fett and Obi-Wan. So Boba Fett, you know, punched a lot of people in the face. And then Obi-Wan definitely punched people in the dick. So you don't want to come back when people are punching you in the face and the dick. And yeah, your brand suffers. Like, you know, you can't, everything is tied to the brand. So if somebody, like, say somebody watched Boba Fett and that was the first Star Wars thing they saw, well, it's absolute garbage. It's incomprehensible. They're not going to watch any other Star Wars stuff. And I think, like, hopefully Game of Thrones, they've learned their lesson with that too. It's like, because Game of Thrones was, you know, like the biggest show in the world. Like, it literally self-destructed itself in real time, you know? Yeah, I'd like to make like an official guide. It's just hard to maintain, you know, like, I'd like to make a really nice one, like a PDF, so that you could have it for Mac and PC. But yeah, it's just, I hate having so many things to maintain. It becomes a lot of work, you know, like you gotta do this and you gotta do that and you gotta do this and do this. So it would have to be updated with every update, but I'd do it eventually, like as things are slowing down. But just make it like, I'd like to make like a nice one, you know, like a visual one, like an old, you know, like a game instruction booklet version. But yeah, it's a lot of work to kind of follow all that stuff and update it. Yeah, Andor, like, even compared to Mando, I would say like Andor, like the pure quality is just so good. Like, the locations look great, the acting is good, everything is really, really solid in it. Like, Tony Gilroy knocked it out of the park there. And the funny thing is, like he was saying, like he's not really even a fan of Star Wars. Like he's not a big fan of Star Wars at all, but the guy understands how to write and how to make a series, you know? Like he understands what he's doing with characters and motivations and storylines. And that's all you really need to know how to do. Oh, yeah, Boba Fett is bad, but it's like I think Obi-Wan is a far worse show just because everybody was expecting Obi-Wan to be good. And Obi-Wan is like A tier, you know? Like he's an A tier character. Boba Fett's like he's like a B tier character. Like he's a fan favorite, but he doesn't matter. But yeah, like ruining Obi-Wan, like, oh my god. It's so embarrassing. Like stormtroopers that die from getting punched in the helmet and like sneaking out of a base, like a secret military base with a trench coat and a kid under your trench coat and you have a beard. Like everybody in the Empire is clean shaven. It's so stupid. You could point out a million things in that show that are absolute trash. Yeah, a wiki, I don't know. It takes a lot of maintenance. Like I think the guide would still be good. It's like I just have to get to a point where you know, I can make one that I could maintain easily and it doesn't become another giant amount of work. Because I want to put a lot of quality of life stuff into SU, like the quest guide and stat trackers and stuff like that. So I have to maintain all of that. It's like the vault, you know? Like the vault doesn't just happen automatically. I have to program all that in. So if I put a scene in, then I have to go into the vault and program the scene into the vault as well. So you start doing all that stuff. Like if I put the stat tracker in, then I have to attach that to everything. And if I put the quest tracker in, I have to attach that to everything. And it becomes, you know, hours and hours and hours and hours of work. So it would definitely be a thing at a certain point for sure. Obi-Wan's just garbage. Like there's no character development in the show. Everything is just trash. It's the same thing with Boba Fett. Like he's like he's like a side character in his own show. The only episodes that are any good are the ones where Mando shows up and basically hijacks the show away from Boba Fett. And I was looking forward to seeing like Cad Bane, but Cad Bane's a waste of time in the show. It's, you know, it's just garbage. Obi-Wan's just worse because you're messing with like main storyline stuff, you know, like this is like important to Star Wars, you know, like Obi-Wan's an important character, Vader's important, and you're making them look like assholes. You can only do that so much, you know, like I'd say Vader is probably one of the best movie villains of all time, but if you make him into trash, that disappears. Like it's not indestructible. You can't just do whatever you want and throw it in people's faces and expect them to buy into it. Like, and it's just, yeah, it's the writing. It's like this writing is absolute trash. It's like incomprehensible nonsense. Reva's the perfect example of that. Like at the end when she's like crying, it's like you were literally coming to randomly kill a child for no reason and you stopped. And what, the audience is supposed to sympathize with you? Like what? You're a complete psychopath. Like, and again, none of that made any sense at all. Like how would she even figure any of that out? Plus, because it's a prequel, like so many characters can't die. Like Owen can't die, Beru can't die, Obi-Wan can't die, Vader can't die. Literally no one can die but Reva in the show. And she literally gets stabbed through the chest with a lightsaber twice and doesn't die. 3 people do. It's pathetic. I was laughing my ass off by the end of that show because it was so dumb. Like, you have to, I wasn't even really mad because after Boba Fett, I was like, hey, this is probably going to suck. And Andor, I wasn't even going to watch. And that turned out to actually be good. So, and I'm a fan of Star Wars. Like, I've got tons and tons of stuff, merchandise and things. And if I don't care, it's like the masses don't care. And if you don't have the masses, well, you're out, like. I think this, that's some white. Well, the problem with the writing is modern screenwriting. It's basically it's point A to point B. So they think up an idea. We want scene B, but we're at scene A. So we have to get the character to go to scene B. So if you're an actual writer, that's not how you do it. Things have to progress in a way where the character makes sense to what they're doing. So the character should, progress with what's going on. But if you're just stringing together scenes, then the characters are just kind of flailing around. They have no agency in the story. They're just moving around. Like the OT is the perfect example of this because it's extremely simple, but it makes sense. It's like, the droids have the plans, they escape. Empire's like literally within the first 10 minutes of A New Hope, 5 minutes even, Vader explains the entire plot. Where he's looking for the plans, he's willing to kill people to find the plans. He captures the princess, the droids have the plans. Like, they get in the hands of Luke and he's looking for Obi-Wan. Like, it all progresses in a linear fashion that makes sense, like Owen and Beru are killed, so Luke has no purpose in being on the planet anymore. And it's also a motivation for him to join the Resistance anyways, because they literally killed his family, like, whereas in the new shows, it's just like people just flailing around, they're like I was saying with Reva, it's like she somehow sees, well, obviously, like, just idiotic writing where Obi-Wan had that little thing and it was like, it was broken on the ground or something, and she gleans like literally like 2 phrases from it, like, oh, Tatooine kid something, and somehow she figures out that like Luke is Vader's kid, which is literally impossible. Makes 0 sense. So she goes to kill a kid again. She's killed like tons of them. And then as she's going to kill the kid, chasing him through the desert to murder him, she decides to stop when she's just about to kill him because he's unconscious on the ground. So she actually has a human emotion. And then it's like, she just, it's insane. Like if you look at it and those bullet points, like it's insane. Like what kind of insane person wrote this show? I'd like to study their brain or something. Like it doesn't make any sense. Like this is not the way that things work in reality. Plus Obi-Wan just looked cheap. Like it looked like garbage. Like look at Andor versus Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan looks like dog shit. Like this should be like your flagship show. Because Obi-Wan's a character that people actually know who he is. The problem with Andor especially is that nobody cares about Andor, as a character. Ugh, so annoying. The first video, I think the first Twitch video, it didn't save it or something. So it's just lost to the ether now, because I was recording it too, but then it failed. to record it. So that first one is gone. I think there's like the second, third, or fourth. Or is there 5 at this point? I think this is the 6th one. We'll have to see. I think they only stay on there for a certain amount of time too, like 16 days or something like that. Yeah, like the Obi-Wan show, it looks like a cheap TV show, you know? It looks like Days of Our Lives. Like the lighting is all flat. Everything's like obvious green screen or obvious garbage, you know? They're always in like an open, barren area, which is, you know, the volume is what they're using there. Or they're in like just a miscellaneous location that sucks. Like, so stupid. And like that, like I said, like that's the difference between like Hot D. Like literally, House of the Dragon was coming off of Game of Thrones. It's probably one of the worst endings of any television show in history, especially for one that was the biggest show at the time to go down in flames that bad. And they've turned it around, you know, like they got people interested in the show. Whereas Disney is literally doing the opposite. You've got Star Wars, probably one of the biggest franchises ever in like anything, and you're just completely murdering it. Like you're beating it relentlessly. So it's always interesting to me to see that stuff and just how incompetent, you know, people can be. I don't necessarily get really mad. I don't care. Like, to me, Star Wars died a long time ago. Like, as soon as I saw where Disney was going with it, with the sequel trilogy, it's like, yeah, okay, this is dead. It's like Rings of Power, too. Like, I'm a big Tolkien fan, but I'm not going to, you know, entertain that as being part of anything. It'll just be forgotten. No one's going to remember Rings of Power in a decade. Like, the Jackson trilogy will still be there. I don't know. The Ahsoka show is like, could be anything. It's the problem with making so many shows simultaneously with no cohesive direction. So I like Ahsoka, but like her story is complete, you know, like the end of Clone Wars was basically the end of her story. So the only reason she's kind of there is that she's a well-known character at this point. If they do something like, that's the thing, it's like even Boba Fett, it's like you could have just done something interesting with him. That's all you really had to do. It didn't have to be, you know, earth-shattering or crazy. And that's all they've really done with Andor, is they're putting an interesting story and world building to a character, you know. That's all you really got to do. Like, I think the best part of Andor is just all the world building they're doing, which most of these shows never do any world building. They never do anything. You know, they jump from planet to planet and just randomly do stuff. So, yeah, who knows? I would like the Ahsoka show to be good. You know, just be her doing adventures or something. Like, stop trying to make like another MCU kind of connected universe thing. Like, obviously they're talking about Thrawn, so they want to use Thrawn again, even though they've already done him as shitty as possible. So who knows? I'd love to see, like, Thrawn is so good. Just make a good Thrawn. What is so hard about that? He's a great villain. He's a great character. Just do him properly. But yeah, I have zero faith in them doing anything, really. Like I said, if another Andor comes out, it's like, fine, that's good, I'll watch it. If you're going to put out Obi-Wans and Boba Fett's, it's like, just forget about it. I got other stuff to do. And I think that, like I said, like, you know, like, I'm actually a fan of Star Wars too. So like the sentiment for regular people is just like, what is this shit? Like, that ain't gonna happen. But like, one good show can turn it around. Like, that's what Hot D shows. It's like House of the Dragon turned around a disaster. Which is why I kind of have some faith in Zaslav actually turning Warner Brothers around. Everybody's like, oh, he's crazy and he's canceling everything and whatever. It's like, well, Warner Brothers has been garbage. Like, look at Disney. They never fire anybody. They do the same shit all the time with the same people. That's always garbage. So, like, yeah, you should be firing people. You should be getting rid of shit. And Zaslav said, like, you know, Game of Thrones is one of the biggest franchises in the world. Like, why aren't we using this, you know? No, you can't fire Kathleen Kennedy. That's the problem with the politics. Like, she's too well connected. So you've got these people you can't fire, and they can politic their way into basically, like, even with Bob Chapek there, he was basically going to fire people, and he got fired for trying to fire people. So it's like, it's not even a sinking ship. It's like, how do you actually, you know, save this thing? It's just, yeah. So I think, you know, Zaslav over at Warner Brothers could be good or bad, but at least he's doing something. You know, he's like, hey, this shit is not working. Like, DC could easily be as big as Marvel. That is not even in contention. Like, arguably, like, someone like Batman is a bigger hero than someone like Spider-Man. You know, he's more well known. And you're just floundering with all these characters. So, like, why continue along, you know? So if he's canceling a ton of shit and he actually gets stuff done in the future, like, the problem is you don't see the results for like 2 or 3 years, you know? So the stuff that they're starting right now with like James Gunn and, you know, everything, you won't see any results until 2 or 3 years down the line. So yeah, I do hate Ezra. I think he's an annoying, stupid character, but we'll just see what they do. I don't know. They just throw all that shit out. Like, Thrawn being attacked by space whales was so stupid. Like, why Thrawn was even in Rebels, I don't know. I think that, who was it? It was Mads Mikkelsen's brother. I can't remember his name. The other Mikkelsen. He did a really good job of voicing Thrawn, but like, there's nothing to work with there. Like, Thrawn needs to be a serious villain in a serious show. Like, Thrawn would actually be even a good character in Andor, you know? He makes sense, like, to be, well, you know, he wouldn't really be a main character in that timeline, but you could still have him there doing something, or just have a cameo or something. But he's, you know, he's a serious villain. Like, you can't have him in a kid's show. It's stupid. Yeah, the DCEU is like, I think the second Suicide Squad was pretty good. Yeah, Wonder Woman. You know, it's like a struggle to even think of the stuff that actually is good in it. Yeah, Rebels was just like, I don't know. I watched it, but I really didn't. I watched it more just because I had started it and I wanted to see it finished, but that's about it. What the hell? Now I messed up my palette here. There we go. But yeah, just a waste of time. Like, at least Clone Wars. I think Clone Wars has aged pretty well. What is... Oh, okay, there's... Overlay. Like, Clone Wars has aged pretty well in that it gets better. Like, the first couple seasons are not great. But once you get further along, then it does actually get good. Like the Ahsoka arc is good. A lot of the clones arcs are good. What is going on here? Oh, there we go. That was weird. But I think Rebels is like, they're doing that thing where they're trying to appeal to kids, but try to kind of make it for adults, but it sucks. Like Clone Wars can appeal to kids, obviously, but you know, it's an actual war. Like there's people getting killed all the time in it. I think appealing to kids with Star Wars is a bad idea, you know, because it's just not the audience. Kids don't give a shit about Star Wars. The audience for Star Wars is like 40 to 50-year-old men, really. Because like I said, like Star Wars came out in 77, which is almost 50 years ago. And that generation, you know, like the prequels are smaller and everything after that is just minuscule. Like the biggest generation would be the older fans, not children. So yeah, like Clone Wars, I think was a good balance. Like, and it does get good eventually. I think it just starts off really, really rough. Like they shouldn't have had the Jar Jar episodes. They shouldn't have had a lot of that stuff. Making an anthology was kind of smart though, because then they could kind of move around. But yeah, like season 7, you know, is great aside from that shitty sisters thing in it. Like, I don't know why they didn't do Dark Disciple instead of that. That's just, again, stupid Disney decisions. Like, literally, that was already made a decade ago, pretty much. And all they did was just release it, but they managed to ruin it by adding in a bunch of shit that was garbage. So, it just shows you where their priorities are. Like, how you would think any of that's good, I do not know. Like, that's what I think. That's what I mean. It's like, does anybody watch this stuff? Like, does any of the producers even look at anything? Like, how could you think any of this stuff you're making is good? You have to either be completely delusional or a complete moron. Yeah, Wonder Woman is a curious one because it's like, you know, they gave basically absolute freedom to Patty Jenkins to do whatever she wanted, but it turns out she has no clue what she's doing. So it's always tough to tell, like, who is doing what, you know? Like everybody, like Kevin Feige is a good example too. Like everybody's like, oh, Kevin Feige, oh, he's genius or whatever. It's like, no, obviously he's not. I think the only thing he was doing was really just sitting there. Like he had a really creative bunch of people who were producing the MCU and he was kind of just staying out of their way. And now that he, you know, steps in and tries to take actual control of things, you realize, oh, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. And obviously Kathleen Kennedy is like, who knows? She has, like, she's obviously terrible at what she does. You know, that much is clear. And people will be like, oh, she worked on Back to the Future and It's like, there's also like half a dozen other people that have credits on that movie that probably nobody knows what they even did. You know, without like Zemeckis or Christopher Lloyd or Michael J. Fox, like those are the people that made the movie work. You know, who knows what she even did? She might have got coffee for somebody someday or something, or signed a check. Yeah, Space Jam 2 is a good example of just like, why would you even release that? I think it's that failing upwards. Like they've failed so many people upwards now. You know, Kathleen Kennedy, all these executives that have failed upwards their entire careers. It's just, you know, all that stuff is coming home to roost because now you have no executives who have any clue about anything. You know, they have no idea what they're doing whatsoever. And that's how you're ending up with a lot of this stuff, I think, is because otherwise I don't know what you could argue. Like, if everything is failing all the time and it's awful garbage, it's like people are responsible for that because it's not randomly being generated by an AI or something. Like, this is actual people are in charge of these things. Like, where's the executive oversight? Like, the whole point of an executive is oversight. A good executive will be watching everything. They will be seeing exactly how things are progressing, how much money is being spent. Like, that's the whole point. So they're obviously not doing their jobs whatsoever. Yeah, I can see like Teen Titans Go at least is entertaining for kids, you know, like I think Star Wars, like in my day, you know, because I grew up in the 80s, like Star Wars was still massive. Like I went to Return of the Jedi in theaters and it was crazy. And it was in theaters for forever. Like Star Wars was in theaters just all the time at that point. So for that generation, Star Wars was a big deal, you know. But I think for, you know, modern generations, like I've got cousins, you know, that are like 10, 12, 13 or whatever. They don't know anything about Star Wars because they didn't have that. They didn't, you know, there was no prequels coming out. Like The Force Awakens, they didn't care about any of that, which makes sense. It wasn't very good. So, plus back then it was unique. Like Star Wars was unique in that it was an event. Like, there wasn't anything that had the effects that Star Wars had at that point. There wasn't. It was like the MCU became at the end. You know, it was such a big spectacle. Everybody had to go see it. It didn't even matter. Like my grandpa went to go see it with me, and it's like he didn't give a shit about Star Wars. You know, he loved Westerns. So it's like, but it was just that big of a thing that everybody went to go see it, you know? And it hasn't been that for a long, long time. And, you know, the more stuff you come out with that's bad, like if this show is bad and that show is bad and all these things are bad, like it only erodes that even more to the point of just, you know, there's no point. Like you'll get to a point at a certain, well, I'd say we're already there. They just don't understand. Like the modern generation does not care. They have too much content. You know, just way too much content that they can go watch. And Disney just doesn't understand that. Like brand power only matters to a certain degree. And you're seeing that with the MCU failing as well. Like, you know, what was actually good this year? Like Spider-Man. That's about it. The rest, I didn't even see most of them. I saw Doctor Strange and Spider-Man. That's it. I didn't even see Thor. I don't care about seeing Wakanda Forever. I just don't care. So it's like, how far can that progress? You know, like you can't play off the past. You can do it for like one or two movies. I'd say one even. I think the MCU in the past, it still had some bad movies. Like they weren't terrible, but you could get away with it because you would have, 2 or 3 great ones, and then you'd have one that was mediocre, and people are like, whatever. But if they're all mediocre to bad, and you don't have anything good, then people just move on. There's too much. There's just too much content, like people can play games, people can do all these things. Like when I was a kid, we had like 3 television channels, and that was it. And like movies and stuff were a big deal because, you didn't have really VCRs even at that point. At least not out in the country. Like in the city in the 80s, you would have. I don't think we had a VCR until like 80. I don't know. 86 or 87 or something like that. Because I remember recording Transformers and stuff. But yeah, the theater was a different animal at that point because it was, kind of the big bombastic thing. But like home theaters have progressed to the point now where, you can get a better experience at home than the theater most of the time. Simply because there's, you go to a theater and there's annoying people there and all this garbage. And, if you've got like a projector set up or really even just a nice setup at home, like you'd rather watch it there. I don't know. Let's see with the Mario movie. It can't be worse than the original one with Bob Hoskins and John Leguizamo. That was just awful. That was like, I remember that too in the 90s because I went to see it and I was like, I don't know how old I was. But that's one of the first movies I can remember of being like, wow, this is garbage. Like actual just trash. It has nothing to do with Mario. It's a good example of the same thing they do today. Like it has zero to do with Mario. You're just randomly naming some random garbage in the movie after things in the game, and so there's no way they can approach that level of trash. So I remember watching some of the live action stuff, but it wasn't very good back in the day. The only one I remember was like the Hulk, really being decent, but it wasn't more of a. It reminds me of like we had a show here called The Littlest Hobo, where it was just a dog who would go around from town to town and like help people in, go to the next town. That's kind of like the Hulk was too. It was like a version of The Littlest Hobo to me, where, he was just kind of traveling around doing random shit. And there wasn't really any story or anything to it. But I can remember it just for the, kind of like the effects for TV back then were decent, like you didn't kind of have that stuff on TV at that point. But the bar for TV was so much lower. Like the bar is just out of control now. It's not even close. So just seeing like Lou Ferrigno turn into Hulk and stuff like that, it was, kind of a mindless show. But that's how stuff was back then. It wasn't really, stuff like Lost and like The Sopranos and kind of the, Breaking Bads and the new generation of TV changed TV completely. You didn't have much of anything like that back then. I think that like the Superman, it's like Superman like 78 is good for what it is. It's staying true to the idea of what Superman is. For the time, it's pretty good. Like, the effects are pretty good. Like, 78, like, give it a break, you know. I think Christopher Reeves as Superman is really good. He's kind of, you know, what you would think of with Superman in general. But yeah, I think it was mainly like, it was stupid politics that kind of ruined that all. Like, you know, the guys these sleazy idiots who own the rights to Superman got into a fight with Richard Donner. And they're the ones who kicked him off Superman. That's where you got, who is it, Richard Lester in there. And he's just kind of a goon. And you get shit like Superman 3, which again was like 100% his thing. It's like putting Richard Pryor with Superman. It's like, Jesus Christ. Like, what are you doing? So stupid. Like, I love Richard Pryor, but that's idiotic. But it just shows you, like, none of this stuff is new. Like, there's nothing new under the sun. Like, producers and people making movies have been idiots forever. I think it just becomes more obvious now because there's so much more scrutiny. You know, like back then you didn't have the internet, you didn't have leaks. You know, most of the drama and stuff behind the scenes didn't really come out. They could hide stuff a lot better because there wasn't anybody looking into this stuff. Whereas now it's pretty much the opposite. Like, everything is overly scrutinized. And, you know, for good reason. Like, it's a multi-billion-dollar industry. But yeah, you weren't ever going to have, like, you know, much of anything back then. Like, stuff like Star Wars was the gold standard because it was, you know, kind of a connected thing, and it did everything right. Like, the effects looked good, the story was cohesive, the actors were doing well. You weren't going to get that out of like a Superman or something at that point. That's why you didn't really have anything. Plus, the effects weren't there, you know. You didn't get there until like the 2000s even. I think like Blade was really one of the first ones I can remember that was actually good. You know, like the effects were good for the time. They're pretty dated now. Wesley Snipes was great. And that's what, 97. And then you had like, yeah, it's like X-Men and Spider-Man and stuff. So we're kind of in like a, you know, like a renaissance of this stuff now. Yeah, The Last Airbender is probably up there. Did I do with her hair here? Okay. It's tough to say, like, it depends kind of what merits you're going on for, you know, what you consider the worst offender, like the worst thing. I think Atla, just for the fact that it's like stupid. Like, there's nothing good in that movie. Like, obviously, like, Shyamalan had no clue what he was doing, and you know, like, he was trying to compress a season of TV that was like, I don't know, what, 6-7 hours into like a 1 hour, like a 2 hour movie, which is impossible. But he also, it's just terrible choices, you know, like everything was horrible. All I remember is like the earthbenders, you know, with the rocks. It took like 12 earthbenders to like move a rock. It's like you could have literally, one guy could take that rock, just pick it up and throw it at somebody. Like what's the point? Like what did you, well, obviously they ran out of budget or something, but like I think it's just something like that that's got so many powers and stuff. You either have to dedicate the budget to do it or just don't do it. Like if you're not going to have the budget to do it properly, just don't do it. Because I know Netflix was always talking about, you know, their stupid live action show they're making that'll be garbage. But yeah, like if you can't dedicate the resources, especially with live action, then it's gonna be garbage. Yeah, you can tell that he didn't watch the show, you know, he didn't know anything about it. He was just, you know, that's I think what happens with a lot of these guys is like Tony Gilroy is a good example of doing it well with Andor, because obviously he's not a fan of Star Wars, but he took the time to actually research things, and you can tell that he knows Star Wars. It doesn't matter if he's a fan or not. Something like The Last Airbender, you can tell, and Shyamalan never even watched the show. He has no clue about anything in the show because every decision he made is completely stupid. Like they can't even pronounce people's names right. Like Aang is like Ong or something. They're like Ong. And like Sokka, and like you couldn't even pronounce names properly. Like how is anyone supposed to get invested in this, especially when you have like a really beloved show like that? Like at least watch the show. Like you couldn't dedicate like a day to watch the show. Like it's not necessarily long. Well, maybe like 2 days. Just sit down and watch it. You're getting paid millions of dollars. Like what's your problem? But I think Shyamalan, like he started off with good intentions, but he got ruined by Hollywood, you know, like he came out way too strong. Like The Sixth Sense, he probably wrote that movie for a decade, you know. And then when it came out and it was such a big hit, Hollywood was just like, "Oh yeah, that was great. Okay, now make another one." And it's like you can't just do that. I think that's what happens to a lot of people, is that they work on a script, you know, through college. They work on it for forever, you know, just tweaking ideas and all this stuff, and you come out with a movie and your first movie becomes this absolute banger because yeah, you spent so long working on it, you know. And then to try to turn around and duplicate that in like a year or two is just never going to happen. So you know, he got known as like the twist guy because he was constantly trying to kind of replicate that. Replicate that Sixth Sense, but it was never going to happen. And then he just became a hack. Like I'd say he's just, you know, he was doing good for a while there. Like I like Split, but then Glass was garbage. So I don't know. He's probably just crazy at this point. Who knows? I think Hollywood does that to people too. It just drives them nuts. Oh yeah, Michael Bay with Transformers is like, oh. As a big fan of Transformers, it's like before I die, I'd like to see some decent live action Transformers. Like it's so simple. But they just, I don't know, they can't seem to do it. Yeah, I like Unbreakable a lot. I think it is very, very slow. Like a regular audience is not going to like it. But I think it is good. Like all his stuff is not terrible. But I think constantly trying to replicate Sixth Sense is what just ruined him, you know? Like, you were never going to get back to that. Like, it's such a great twist. It's such, like, anybody who sees that movie the first time, it's so good, you know? Because it takes you completely off guard, but it's perfectly set up. It's a perfect stinger, you know? And to do something like that is not easy. It's very hard. So yeah, you can't really replicate that, you know? It's like The Usual Suspects. It's like any movie like that. The first time you see it is going to be awesome. You know, as subsequent times, probably not so good because it all hinges on that stinger at the end, you know, the reveal. I think, yeah, the first like bit of Bumblebee where they're on Cybertron, I was kind of hopeful. I was like, okay, this is pretty cool, but it's only like 5 minutes or something. Like, to me, it's so simple. It's like, take the first 3 episodes of the original show and just make that into a movie. Make it like an animated 3D movie. Get rid of the humans, all this other shit. But they're not going to do that, so. Ooh. Yeah, like there's been good animated Transformers shows. I'm just saying for live action. Like, you know, Beast Wars is good. Prime is good. I think Energon was alright. I can't remember which ones are which. I've watched pretty much all of them at some point. You know, the Netflix one is pretty good. I think with the animated, like the purely animated ones, it's pretty easy, you know, it's not really that hard. Whoops. Yeah, Del Toro and Hellboy is a good example of. I wouldn't say like necessarily, you know, like he took the source material and he really worked wonders with it. Because I had read the comics and they're okay. I'm not like the biggest fan of Hellboy. I think it starts off pretty good and then kind of gets repetitive. But Del Toro is just such a master of design work, you know, like it's just such a shame that his Hobbit never came to be. Like, I think that would have really, you know, like what we got ended up being pretty garbage. But yeah, you could have had something really cool there. Oops, I'll fix his hand a bit here. But there's tons of, you know, there's literally hundreds of instances of that where there was a director or there was certain people who were perfectly in place to do a thing, and then for, you know, whatever reasons, it just never happened. Which is always a shame, especially in that instance where what we got was just kind of going through the motions. It wasn't really, you know, it was trying to be a facsimile of Lord of the Rings and all these other problems that just kind of killed it. Yeah, I remember Armada a bit. I can't tell most of them apart, really. Cause like I remember the original show really clearly because I kind of grew up with it. Like since I grew up out in the country, like I said, we only had 3 channels. And they only had certain things that they would play over and over, and Transformers was one of them. So, you know, I kind of watched it endlessly as a kid because it was just always on TV. And I think G1 is pretty stupid for sure, but it has its moments of greatness. Like, especially I think the movie is just such a weird, I don't even know what you'd call it. Like, it's such an anomaly. It's kind of cool at this point because it's so strange. But I think you could take G1 and basically just fix some of its problems. Like, the problems with G1 is not, like, the characters are good. And I think that's why, you know, G1 is remembered, or at least imitated so much, you know, because Prime was like perfect. You know, Ironhide, all these characters were so good. They were so well developed. Even though the show is mostly stupid, like a lot of episodes are idiotically dumb. You know, there's tons of production errors and problems and garbage throughout all of it, but yeah, I think there's still a lot of good stuff in there because it is kind of a character show, you know, you like thanks for the follow, Maisie. And I think that's the way it always is, you know, like if you can get really good characters and you can kind of follow through on their motivations and stuff, then the rest of the stuff will work itself out generally. Like even Starscream is a great character. Megatron is good. You know, I like the Constructicons, even the Triple Changers. Like they all kind of have a motivation in the show. You know, they're trying to do something or they're trying to take something over. You know, there's a lot of episodes that are idiotically dumb, but there's so many cool things. Like even the Dinobots. It's like, okay, let's build robotic dinosaurs and make them not very smart, so they destroy everything. It's a very cartoonish concept, but also awesome because I love the Dinobots. Like they're stupid, literally. Like they're literally dumb. But they're just such a cool idea, you know? But I think you could take a lot of that stuff and it wouldn't be too hard to make it work properly because the characters work, you know? Like, that's why people still like Prime. It's because of that original Peter Cullen Prime. It's not anything else. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of times where there's like people in the background that make no sense. Especially in season 3, I think, where there's, you know, like a lot of guys got killed in the movie, but then you'll see them standing in the background. There's a lot of production errors for sure. It is kind of funny to see it because it's just like, it's so dumb. Like some of them are such lazy errors. Like nobody was paying attention when they were making it. But yeah, I think like as far as any franchise goes, you can always kind of turn it around. Like even look at the Ninja Turtles are the same way, you know, like they have what, like a dozen, like 16 series. They have an insane amount of series at this point. And, you know, they're up and down and all over the place. So you can always turn it around if you get the right person who understands what they're doing. I think Michael Bay with the Transformers was just stupid. Obviously, they made a fortune because they're just action schlock. Like, it's mindless dumb action, which is okay for kids. Because like Ninja Turtles is that way too. If you watch the '87 show, it's just a lot of it is idiotically stupid, but it's just pure action, you know. Yeah, I don't know if I want to put any details into this here. Yeah, I think with animation, there's always going to be a certain amount of errors, especially like hand-drawn animation, because it's generally, it takes so many people, you know, like you'd have like some company in Asia or something that's doing it, you know. It's not like, but still, like you think it would be easier to just have like somebody looking at the stuff, you know, because a lot of it is so dumb. Oops. Put this. Yeah, it always backfires. Like when you're like, oh, I don't care about source material or whatever. It's like, you know, it always pretty much backfires all the time because eventually you disassociate with the actual franchise itself, you know, like the Bayformers is a perfect example of that happening where the actual fans just kind of gave up. Like I used to go to them with a friend of mine who was another Transformers fan, and we would just laugh like it was just hilarious because it was so shitty and stupid, you know. Because you can see where they took like they took stuff from the show, you know, like they took an idea from an episode or they took this or that and just kind of randomly threw it into the movie, and it makes no sense. It's hard to say how much light should be here. And I think that it's the same thing they do now anyways. Like look at like Rings of Power or any of this stuff. They'll be like, we don't care about source material, but like you're stealing from it directly. You know, how many things in that show are a direct reference to like the Jackson Lord of the Rings, or you're just stealing a story from the Silmarillion and making it worse. I don't know. I don't want to get the light too bright here, but that's better. Yeah, it's so dumb. Like, I could understand it. Like, the masses love dumb schlock, you know, it's just the way they are. The average moviegoer doesn't really care. You know, about like motivations and all this stuff. You can get away with a lot of that. I think the problem is where it gets into longevity, you know, like if you just like there's a reason the Transformers movies also died, you know, like what was it, the last one he made? It just completely bombed into oblivion because without those characters and characters that are good and make sense and characters that people want to see, you don't have anything anymore. Like it's the same thing with Star Wars, you know, like if you kill off all the legacy characters people want to see and replace them with like Rey, well, nobody wants to see Rey. Nobody cares about her or her motivations, which are non-existent anyways, so it's always better to follow those rules in the long run. Yeah, because it just doesn't work. Random, nonsensical stuff is fine to a degree. Like I was saying, like the Ninja Turtles, you know, that was a massive, massive phenomenon. But you know, go back and watch the '87 show now. It's like it doesn't age very well. Like, you know, like the what was it, the 2004 show ages really well because again, you know, characters, motivation, story, like the stuff is good. It's probably the best. Well, it's probably my favorite version of them. You know, it makes a more cohesive story. Like Utrom Shredder is a cool kind of a twist idea. Again, it's you can tell it's people who understand the lore and what they're doing, writing a story that makes sense. And you know, generally that's always going to triumph over everything else. Like hype can only take you so far. Yeah, and they weren't even gonna. They didn't even want to release that Ninja Turtles movie. It's like, how stupid are you? You know. And I think yeah, the 1990 movie. Like, look at the first movie and the second movie and the third movie. How they go downhill, and you can see it's because Hollywood. You know, like Hollywood basically got its claws into it more and more, and it started to get more nonsensical and more stupid. Like I thought the second one was really stupid with like Vanilla Ice and all that shit when I wasn't necessarily a kid at that point, but by the time you got to the third one, you're completely off the rails. And the first one is actually pretty close to, you know, it's closer to the comics, you know, it's pretty dark and I wouldn't say necessarily gritty or anything, but it is darker and you know, it is trying to play off of the comic vibe a lot more. But yeah, if anybody's just come in, you guys can ask questions in the chat and I try to answer them. I think I've just been rambling here for like an hour. We're getting pretty close here. Kind of touch up a bunch of stuff. Yeah, there's always all kinds of nonsense affecting everything, you know, like you know, it's always kind of a miracle when a good movie comes out to me. And I think a lot of this stuff, like even Wonder Woman, I think the first one is a good example of nobody cared about that movie. Like, you know, nobody gave one shit about it. So, like, the executives and everything, like, nobody was watching it. And then it just happened to turn out good because there wasn't so many people messing with it. And, like, Justice League is a perfect example of that. You know, everybody messing with it, like, cutting a thing up over and over and over and over to try to make it into something when it's just bad. Like, you can't fix the fundamentals of it. And, you know, when I look at something, you know, like that new Indiana Jones trailer or something, that's what I see too. It's like, probably none of that stuff you see in the trailer will be in the actual movie. It's all going to be cut and recut and focus grouped. And they're going to try to get it to a point where it's going to be so good. But yeah, it's going to be absolute dog shit. And you know, you can't really fix it. Like, there's a limitation, you know, like Harrison Ford is 80 years old, for God's sakes. Like, I'd say he's in fantastic shape for an 80-year-old that he can even do any of that stuff. But yeah, you missed your chance. Like, Crystal Skull was the chance, you know, to kind of reset a legacy for indie, and that it's over now. Like, it's too late. It's too long between movies too. Like, They probably just drove a dump truck of money up to his house, so I don't fault him for being in it. I fault them for trying to make it, and, you know, obviously it's a bait and switch, 190%, 10,000%. They'll try to switch off, you know, onto what's her face. What is her name? Phoebe Waller? Something, I don't know, she's got like 12 names, whatever. They try to make her into the new Indy, which will fail horribly. Because it's an idiotic idea, like... That's what I can understand the delusion, I guess. Again, it's these executives, they think somehow they can do that. Like Indiana Jones is a male power fantasy. He's like Steven Spielberg was tapped as one of the guys on the short list to do The Spy Who Loved Me with Bond, but they thought that he had too little experience, so they went with someone else. So Indy later on was his response to that he always wanted to make a Bond, so he made an American James Bond with George Lucas because they love James Bond. So he's a power archetype for a guy. Like, nobody wants to see an 80-year-old Indy because that's not a power archetype. An old man is not cool. You can make a cool old man. Like Sean Connery is cool as Henry Jones, his father in Crusade, because they use him properly. He's a comic relief. He's, you know, there for story, and, you know, he's used perfectly in that movie. That's what you had to do with him in Crystal Skull. Have Indy be his father and pass it off to someone else. But, you know, they don't understand. Like, you know, for people who work in the movie industry, they don't watch movies. They don't understand anything, you know, like, it's insane. Yeah, like Indiana Jones, like, what was Raiders, 82? And Crusade is like 92? And then Crystal Skull is like 2000 and something. And now this is over 10 years later. Like, there's too many gaps, you know, like. And again, it's just improper use of characters. Like Indy, he's not going to be cool. It would be like, you know, my dad is 70 and he's in pretty good shape for being 70, but it's like, I don't want to see him in an action movie. It would be embarrassingly stupid. You know, it's like a 80-year-old James Bond. Do you want to see like an 80-year-old like hitting on women? And well, they won't do any of that in this, of course. They're not allowed to, but it's like, that's the whole point. That's why James Bond was cool. He's everything you want to be. He's a badass. He always gets the girl. You know, like Indy too. He punches the Nazis in the face. You know, he's an awesome character, but you know, he dies with Harrison Ford, you know, unfortunately. Like, he embodies that character. At least with Bond, you know, they were smart and that they changed it, you know, like you could switch it off to other people. But I think the key with Bond now is like they should put it back in the 60s. Like, you can't do it in the modern day. It doesn't make any sense. Like a spy, kind of a foot soldier level spy like that doesn't, in a digital world, it makes no sense at all. Like, just put them back in the 60s, then you can do whatever the hell you want too. You don't have to listen to all this other, you know, gibberish. If they're like, he's being sexist, it's like, well, it's the 60s. He's doing this, it's offensive. It's the 60s. You know, you can just get around all that stuff. Yeah, even Craig and Spectre. It's like Spectre was awful. Terrible. Probably the worst James Bond, I would say. Like, Casino Royale is terrible too, but like, you know, it's a crack-induced 60s hippie nonsense fever dream. This was like a serious movie that somebody actually, I don't know, was trying to do something. I don't know what the point of Spectre was. It's such a waste of time. Like, you had Christoph Waltz as a bad guy in a Bond movie, and you had Batista as a henchman, and you managed to screw that up. Like, I don't know how you do that. Yeah, and like even in Indiana Jones, I think in Crusade, Sean Connery was like 56, 57 when he played his father. So Indy is literally could be the grandfather of his own father at this point. He could almost be his great grandfather. That's how insane it is. Because they just made him look older. Like Harrison Ford was like 30 or 40 or something, 39 or 40. And they just made Sean Connery look older. That's all. He wasn't really even that old. I'd say, yeah, I don't know. For me, it'd be a tie between Never Say Never and like Die Another Day is still bad. But Spectre is just so bad because of the money you have and what you're working with. You have Christoph Waltz, the guy who's like awesome at playing a villain. Like you had so many great pieces. Like Never Say Never is just an ego trip by Connery. It's just stupid. And again, that's a perfect example. In Never Say Never, he was what, like 48? I don't think he was even 50. Maybe he was 50. But that's the reason that movie is so awful, because nobody wants to see a 50-year-old James Bond. Like, it's stupid. So, yeah, like, there's, I'm always just impressed at how little executives and stuff, they understand the movie industry for having worked in it. Like, this is your whole job. Like, I basically watch movies for fun, and I could probably run circles around most of them on just very basic concepts, like this is going to work, this isn't going to work. These are the reasons for it. Like, this indie movie is going to bomb and fail horribly because it's stupid. Yeah, like Crusade is so much fun. I watched it at Halloween or so around there. I watched the indie trilogy. Like, Temple is probably my least favorite. I think it's good, but it's so slow. Like, the first hour is just like molasses. It's just nothing happens. The last half of it is really fun. But Crusade is just fun all the way through. Like, the opening flashback with young Indy is great. Connery as his dad, just constantly nitpicking everything he does. Like, it's just awesome. All you really had to do with Crystal Skull was duplicate that. You still could have had Shia LaBeouf. I think Shia LaBeouf was a stupid choice, but you could have done the same thing. Just have Indy as the old man, and he's just nitpicking what he's doing. That's all. Like, that's all that Connery is really doing in Crusade, is just being his dad and just like, constantly blowing apart everything he's doing. He doesn't take him seriously. He thinks everything he does is a joke, which is funny. And like every time, like, it's like when they're getting away from the Nazis and he's on the bike or whatever, and he takes like a pole as like a lance and he jams it through the wheel of the other Nazi guy, and he flies off his bike or whatever, and Indy's all proud of himself. He's like, ha, 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 ha. And his dad's just kind of, just staring at him with like a grimace. It's like, that's perfect. That's all you need to do. Like, he just doesn't approve of anything he's doing. He thinks it's silly. Like, it's such a simple concept. And then, with Crystal Skull, it's like you have Shia LaBeouf swinging with monkeys and going through an infinite jungle with terrible CGI and like, you know, it's nonsense garbage. It's like visual noise. Who can even watch it, you know? Maybe I'll change this here a bit. And yeah, that's, you know, just stop. Like, there was that one guy, I forget what his name was. He was like a German actor. He played young Harrison Ford in some independent movie or something that he was in. You should have got that guy. He looks exactly like him. He sounds exactly like him. You could have rebooted the franchise with that guy. Because you'd have at least a facsimile of what Indy was. Like, I don't know why Shia LaBeouf was in that movie. Because Shia LaBeouf is like a sidekick. He's always a sidekick in everything. He's not a leading character. He always plays an idiot sidekick guy, even when he's a main guy. Like, look at in Transformers. He's an idiot sidekick. You know, like, everything he was ever in, he was a moron. He was an idiotic sidekick guy. You know, so it's like, that was stupid. And then, yeah, trying to replace Indiana Jones with a woman, it's like, well, yeah, good luck. Like, it's like making a female James Bond. It doesn't make any sense. Why is this? Oh, yeah, okay. I kind of I'll smooth this out a little bit here and see what this looks like. The problem is, like, a female power dynamic and a male power dynamic is just different. Like, it doesn't work that way. Yeah, League of Extraordinary Gentlemen is a good example, again, of just wasted potential. Like, I think there's some cool designs in that movie. I think Connery, even as Quartermain, could have been really cool. But again, they basically throw away the source material and just do random stuff that makes no sense. But yeah, I think it'd be better as a TV show for sure. I mean, especially now with the effects and things you can do, like, there's so many things you could do well. That you simply couldn't do in the 80s, you know? Like, the problem with a lot of stuff back then was the limitation of just, you know, physically what you could do with practical effects. So a lot of that is gone, you know? Like, a lot of the limitations have disappeared. Yeah, it's, you know, you can have female 00 agents. I'm not against that. It makes sense that there be female spies. The problem is that James Bond is a hardcore male power fantasy. That's the basis of his design. If you turned him into a woman, like, the same things that appeal to a guy in James Bond don't appeal to a woman. It doesn't make any sense. Like, feels like I'm missing something. I can't figure out what it is. Maybe I'll put in a few more pieces here. I was gonna have some stuff up here, have like some other people playing in the water, but I think they get too small. And I think when they get too small, then it's just too hard to see them. Yeah, I don't want to like overly detail the background either. Like, I think the background is pretty good as just a simple thing. I was gonna put a towel under Kitty, but I don't know. I kind of like them just being on the cement because it gives it a cooler effect. You can see kind of all the cement texture. I'll try putting on, we'll do like kind of an over, we'll try adding in like some wetness and see what it looks like here. Yeah, I think if because like Kitty in the show has like a floaty thing. Put that in there somewhere. Put a few little things sitting around, but not too much. Like I just did this background in like 10 minutes, so I wasn't trying to put a ton of detail into it. Oh yeah, I know what I was going to do. I was going to change. Whoops, no, I gotta put some detail into the shadows. So we'll go with this. Just so there isn't so many solid shadows here. And then mess around with this outline a bit. Oops, why isn't that doing anything? Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. Yeah, the cement is mostly, it's just a bunch of texture brushes. So I've got like a bunch of brushes that do, you can see in here if I go down my brush list, those are hair, fur. I've got like a bunch of rock brushes here, so they make like, you can make really realistic looking rocks really quickly with these brushes, because like the base makes you know, it kind of makes a, you know, like a textured base. The cracks are all these kind of cracks you see here. It just makes like kind of wobbly cracks. And you can make really, really realistic looking rocks if you spend the time kind of using these different brushes. The overpass is just like kind of scuffing, kind of scuffs things up more. So it's mostly just brushes. I got stuff for metal and water. Like up here, this is just all texture brushes too. You know, like this is just water brushes. A bunch of foliage. That type of stuff can just save you an enormous amount of time. Like if we were to do that by hand, like this took like 2 minutes to make it, you know, by hand it would be a lot harder to do. But yeah, I think the cement looks good. I don't think I'd put a towel down there. Oops, yeah, we're gonna work on the shadows and then the outline, and then we'll see if we can put in some wetness. Yeah, see, this is kind of that, it's just like an overpass. It just scuffs things up. But mostly I just use round brushes anyways, like for texturing anyways, or for coloring, like, you know, regular stuff. Just want to put a bit of detail in here so it doesn't look so flat. Not too bad. We've only been going about 3 hours, so we spent maybe 5 or 6 hours on this picture, which is pretty good. It's pretty detailed. Okay. Oops. No, here we go. Just gonna fade out some of these lines. see how that looks. Just so they're not so prominent. Kind of anything that's fading into the skin. It just, it makes it a lot less harsh. Kind of standing out from the skin when you're kind of making the outline kind of a brown instead of a solid black. Don't need too many. And kind of do the same thing here with Kitty. Just kind of fade out a lot of these lines so they're not so sharp. I think I'll leave her nose, though. I want the nose to be sharp. And I'll leave these ones too. Yeah, that looks a bit better. It kind of just hides them a bit. Okay, what is this? Glasses, light, shine. We'll try a bit here and see what it looks like. Whoops. Do the right color, it'd be a good idea. Yeah, I don't know, it's tough to do the wetness kind of properly. I think it's just easy to get kind of overboard with it. Because I just want it to, kind of look like drips of water. I do like Tarantino a lot. Like, I don't love all of his movies. But I would always go see a Tarantino movie just because he's always going to do what he wants, like he's like the opposite almost of, most of these terrible producers and directors and stuff. He's making the movie because he wants to make a movie. So yeah, I would always go see them. Like, some I'm not crazy about. I think The Hateful Eight, I was not, I was just like, I do like Tarantino dialogue, but it was just so, like, they're so slow in that movie. It's just crazy. But of course you have, like Pulp Fiction and like classic movies that he's made. To me, you can't really deny, even like Reservoir Dogs, for what it is. It's, it is pretty impressive. Like, there's literally 90% of the movie takes place in a warehouse, and he managed to make something interesting out of that. It's quite a feat. Like, he was obviously doing that because he had no money. But now, I think he's one of those guys that's like Scorsese or something. Like, he's kind of immune to Hollywood in that he doesn't care. So, yeah, I'd always like to see anything he does. It doesn't necessarily mean I love all of it all the time. Yeah, I would, I would give it a chance to watch like a recut or something like that. Because I think The Hateful Eight had a lot of, like, Tarantino's great at doing that. Like The Hateful Eight kind of does the same thing as Reservoir Dogs. It's a bunch of interesting characters in a small room talking to each other. And that's one of the things he does really, really well. It doesn't look too bad. We'll do a little bit on Rogue here, because you can always turn it off. Just see what it looks like. But yeah, he's one of the last, like Scorsese's obviously getting too old to really care to do anything. And even Tarantino said he'd probably only make like one more thing. Because he's probably just sick of Hollywood in general. But it is a shame, because it used to be the opposite, like all those guys, like the directors were king, and what they were trying to do was what you would get. But they've borked the whole system now, because they want, it's why you have all these people who are like, they're an indie director who directs like one thing, and then they get a giant like $200 million movie to direct, because they're not directing it. They're putting in a little flair here and there, but they're following the script of what the company is telling them to do. Like even a lot of the MCU movies, all like a lot of their action scenes and stuff are shot before they even start shooting the actual movie, like so they can start onto the effects and things like that. Like you don't need those components in those movies, or at least they think they don't need them, that they can just make a they could just make, like, if you could, it's pure stupidity, because it's like, if you could focus group a movie, well, you don't need directors or actors or any of this stuff to be good anyways. You could just use focus groups and AIs and all this bullshit to try to make, your movie good. But it doesn't work. It's like you need creative people who are interested in what they're doing. And you're just pretty much losing that with all of these things. Like Disney being a really bad, like even look at Doctor Strange. It's like you had Sam Raimi, for God's sakes. And I love Sam Raimi. He does a lot of stupid schlock, but it's like there's very, very little of Sam Raimi in Doctor Strange 2. Like you get a few nods kind of here and there to his style, but that's about it. That's all he's allowed to put into it, And that's Sam Raimi, for God's sakes. Like most of these other directors, they don't get to do anything. So yeah, a guy like Tarantino is the last of that kind of actual guys who care about movies. Like he's a movie aficionado, crazy buff, like he knows everything. Like he would put like movie historians to shame with some of the knowledge he has. And he's played every single angle. Like he owned a movie store. He was just a guy in Hollywood trying to get scripts made. He's done like everything you can do. Literally within the business, he's done like everything. Yeah, Dusk Till Dawn is fun. He did write a bunch of movies. What the hell was that one with man, it's like romance something. It's pretty good. Like it's pretty well written. Like there's a bunch of movies he wrote before he directed, so but they're just, kind of smaller. Not necessarily independent ones. Like Reservoir Dogs, I think was made on like $1 million or something. It was made on a super ultra low budget. So it would be more of an independent movie. But just, you know, the way that like Tarantino, he picks actors and he puts a lot of thought and time into what he's doing. You can't make like a Pulp Fiction or even an Inglourious Bastards or something like that. Like there's such actor driven movies, you know, like he wrote most of those parts for specific people. You know, and even like John Travolta too, like he owed his career being revitalized to Tarantino as well. Like he was basically forgotten at that point. Yeah, I don't know if it's doing ads or what. I thought it was supposed to like warn me or something. So yeah, I don't know what's happening with him right now. I'll take a break in a second and then try to run. Just run an ad or something to see if it works. It'd be fine for like when I'm, you know, going to get a drink or whatever. I didn't want it to be like running ads, you know, right when you come in. A lot of them are like front loaded where you come into the channel and then there's like 7 minutes of ads just straight play in your face, you know. So I didn't want to do that. Let's see. Yeah, we'll just see what this looks like. It looks okay. Like I said, it's tough with the water to get it to look right. I don't want it to be too, like, it's easy to just go overboard with it for some reason. Yeah, I want to get this one done. And then we'll probably do that as kind of a format that every 2 streams is kind of a, you know, a finished one. Because it seems to be taking about that amount of time with these pictures. They're more complicated than the Picardo ones. So like 6 to 8 hours. I don't really want to go quite that long, but it's just a long time to kind of sit. Even for 4 hours, like we're over 3 now. It'll just kind of be whatever. We might vote on Patreon. You know, for what some people what we want to do. You know, if people want to do a certain character or have like so we'll see, because I'll probably just run out of ideas. It's a tough part with drawing pictures, so many pictures, you know, like you're just gonna kind of just use up your own ideas and run out. So yeah, we probably do like a Patreon vote. We'll probably vote on the Picardo stuff too, because like I said, kind of at the beginning of the stream there, that we finished all the, you know, we finished basically all the stuff that we were doing. So We need to start either some new Bordello stuff or some other things. Probably just vote on who we'd start, you know, kind of a new Bordello set with. But yeah, we'll just see. Like the Twitch stuff will kind of just be random for now. Because, you know, we can play games, we can do whatever, and I'd save the Picardo for, you know, kind of just sticking straight to art. Because we don't have so many limitations there. Like on Twitch, we can't do too much. Like everything would have to be bikinis or something. More just stick with safer work stuff here and games. And I know Spokeshank has a bunch of ideas of stuff he wants to do. So it gives him something else to do as well. Well, we'll see with the, like right now it's just heroines. But we'll see. The problem with that is like if you expand it into villains, then that's like another kind of like 20 characters right there. So when the Bordello stuff is almost done, probably next year, because it's not very hard to do. It's just I'm kind of saving it for Picardo because then we have something to do on there that's kind of relevant to the game. But yeah, we'll just see. Because like if you expand, like I said, if you expand it into another subset of characters, you're gonna want, like everybody's gonna want, you know, those characters completed, and it just becomes another big set of content to do. But that type of stuff is good for Picardo because it, you know, that's why I kind of save it. Like the Cell stuff is not very good because it's spoilers. The Bordello stuff is nice because it doesn't have a storyline. It doesn't really kind of pertain to anything, you know? It's just kind of random content in the game. Ugh, I should eat before I start these streams. My stomach always starts rolling. Eventually, hopefully the microphone doesn't pick too much of that up. Yeah, it's the problem with SU too is that there's kind of like all those subsets of characters. So like, you know, say you put Harley dancing in the Glamour Slam or something, well now all the henchwomen have to get it, or all the villains have to get it, or you know what I mean? Like all that stuff just spirals out of control so fast. Like even like the Glamour Slam is probably the most simple content you can make. It's just basically dancing. It's a sprite on the background, you know? But when you start making, you know, dozens and dozens, like it becomes a lot. It doesn't look too bad. I don't know. It's tough, like I said, with the water. Like, it can be good, it can be bad. Like if they were kind of just, because I was gonna have Kitty kind of higher up, kind of, you know, pushing out of the pool, then I would make her wetter. If they're just laying there, it doesn't make sense that they're like soaking wet. Ooh. Okay, let me me see here. I'll just try it out. Because I gotta go grab a drink, so I'll see if this thing will work. Oops, never mind. Oh, wait a second. 60 or whatever. We'll see what it does. I ain't gonna go. Hmm. Yeah, I just went to grab a drink there. Yeah, maybe at the end of the stream we'll just. I think it's like Asmongold kind of does that. He just runs a bunch of ads and stuff. Yeah, I don't need. Well, we just got affiliate, I think, yesterday, so I don't even know what we get for that. We'll see though. Like, if Twitch makes a decent amount of money, then it gives us more reasons to put more time into it too. It's just nice to have stuff that's not necessarily work to generate some extra money we can put towards equipment or something. No, like I would usually listen to music or something. It just depends what I'm doing. If I'm programming or something, then I'd usually not listen to so much stuff. Especially, I'll listen. I usually listen to like soundtracks or like ambient sounds. Um, like Skyrim forest music or something like that. Just because if I'm programming it, if it's something with like lyrics and things, it just kind of messes me up with people talking. But yeah, I generally wouldn't just draw in silence if I'm just drawing normally. It's more for just a stream. I'd like to get some kind of, I don't know, like uncopyrighted music or something. I'd have to look into what I could get. Yeah, there's a lot of like even on YouTube and stuff you can get like, just streaming friendly music and things like that. So something to that degree eventually. Like, we've just basically started this the last couple weeks, so it's going to take a while to figure things out. I'm just trying to keep everything as simple as I can right now. The answer to Desmar's question was just, I don't want to add too many outside characters to like the Glamour Slam and the Bordello or stuff, because then you kind of have to add in more and more characters. Like if you add like Harley to the Glamour Slam, then you have to add all the henchwomen and then all the villains, and it just becomes big pieces of workload to mess around with that stuff. It looks pretty good. Pretty good. Trying to think of what I'm missing here. I didn't want to I made their hair kind of look straighter, but I didn't want it to make it look wet. It's hard to make hair look good. You can't really do kind of the same thing. Yeah, eventually if it makes sense, I can see a lot of that stuff kind of crossing over. But it would be mainly for like, you know, if we run out of Bordello stuff to do for Picardo or things more of that nature, you know, not necessarily just because it is a lot of work. It's, you know, the Glamour Slam still has the specials and stuff, so if you add one character, that's like 4 scenes. And then, you know, if you added like a villain, you got to add like 20, so that's like 80 scenes. It's still quite a chunk of stuff. Yeah, thanks for stopping in, McBomb. Total Drama Island was really past my time. I never really watched it. Mostly I usually stick to stuff that I know something about or, you know, watched in the past generally. Not always. When I was doing commissions, I did commissions for about a year and a half, I think. I don't know when that was, like 12 years ago or something. Then I kind of just did whatever. But it's a lot harder to kind of deal with stuff that you don't know anything about, you know, like you might make visual mistakes or just basic things that anybody who watches the show would know and you don't really know them. It's why I generally don't like to do, you know, when everybody starts like drawing a character or something, to kind of just jump on a bandwagon and draw that character. Yeah, I'm sure there's still a lot of good shows, uh, you know, that were kind of past my time. Like, you gotta realize, like, by the late 90s, I was already out of high school, so, like, I wasn't necessarily watching cartoon shows and stuff. Especially in the early 2000s, I kind of did. Like I said, with, like, Evo and Avatar. But then after that, I was generally trucking, so you don't have time to, like, sit and watch stuff. You're constantly just driving. So most of like 2000, I don't know. What would that be? 2000. When did I stop? I don't know. 10 years or so in there where I would have been on the road, and you just don't have time for anything. You watch kind of movies and stuff you can get on like DVDs, and like it would be cool now, I think, because you can get like satellite internet in your truck and you could just watch, you know, streaming services and shit. Like that stuff didn't exist at that point. No, I didn't do a Bowsette. I'm not a big fan of some of that. I think the problem with that I have with it is like when everybody jumps on bandwagon and does that, you just get a lot of people kind of doing the same picture over and over and over, you know, like it'd be hard to think up an original idea to kind of do because you get like thousands of people, like, you know, like what was it, like Rebecca from Cyberpunk there. It's like you get everybody drawing this one character and then a lot of it becomes kind of the same stuff, you know. Yeah, I watched Futurama. That was, you know, pretty far back. What was that, 1999? I think the first 2 or 3 seasons of Futurama, and then I kind of trailed off. Well, it got canceled and then reinstated and canceled. And Family Guy I'd kind of watch on and off. Like my dad liked Family Guy. So like usually in the truck, what we you try to buy as like DVD series, so it'd be like South Park and Family Guy, and just probably DVD box sets of TV shows, because they're easy to kind of watch and they're a good value for money. Like to buy a lot of movies was expensive, because this is like mid 2000s. Like there's no streaming services, there's no there's barely even iPhones, and even that there's no like YouTube or anything at that point. So you just didn't have a lot of options. Plus, most of the time you're just sleeping. Like the bigger thing was like Sirius XM and stuff was really big at that point. Pretty much everybody had it. I don't know what they'd have now, probably Spotify or something. But you can get pretty serious internet built into your truck now, so that really changes the game. You didn't have that back then. Like Sirius XM was like the closest you had, because you could buy a little. It was like a little kit, it came as like a little box. And audiobooks and stuff, you'd listen to a lot of that stuff. Like that was where, that was, I don't know when that was, whatever. Yeah, but I'd listen to like Game of Thrones and stuff a lot. That's why I was so excited when the show came out, and it was actually good to start with. Because when you're driving like 16 hours a day, listening to stuff is kind of a good way to keep yourself from just falling asleep, really. That's kind of the toughest part of trucking. It's not difficult to do it. It's just it's kind of mindlessly boring to sit there all the time. What is this? Oh, it's just like that. These are just sketch layers. It's hard to say with the reactions. Like, I think there are some really, really good parts to the books that you kind of lose in the show. Like, especially like Reek being revealed as Theon. Like, you can't really do that in the show, which is a shame because it's such a cool part of the books. But yeah, they're just different animals. Like, I think there's a lot of stuff they did good in the show. There's some stuff they actually did better, but I think what really hurt them was just cutting out a lot of characters, cutting out a lot of stuff, which, down the line it made a lot of stuff not make any sense after a while. But I do like the books just because they're really well written. Like, I think they're one of those ones where there's so many little details that he puts into there. I think the problem with them is they're just so complicated. Like, if you're not into lore or kind of complicated symbology and a lot of stuff that George really likes, like history, then you're really not going to enjoy them. Yeah, trucking is okay. Like, I made a ton of money trucking, and I only worked really about half the year, or sometimes even less. I'd only work like about a third of the year, and I was still making really good money. The problem with trucking is just you can't do anything else. Like, it's a 24-hour day job. Because I was long distance, I would go coast to coast, you know, in Canada, or before we went through the US all the time as well. After 9/11, we kind of stopped because it became so annoying. To do it for quite a few years there, it was really obnoxious. But I'd say for like an unskilled job, trucking is pretty good if you just want to make money. Like, if you want to be home every single night and all this other shit, and then just forget about it. But I knew guys that made like $20,000 a week. You can make serious money if you're willing to, you know, just be out there and do the work. Yeah, it has a lot of other obnoxious things. Like, the problem now, I think, with trucking, like, I haven't been a trucker for, you know, over a decade. It's all the bureaucrats, and like, the bureaucrats make the rules and the rules make no sense. So the rules get more and more out of control to where you can't drive anymore because it doesn't make any, like, they can literally pull you over for anything and give you a fine of like $1,000. It's just bullshit. So you get sick of that. Like, it didn't used to be like that. Especially for like my dad, he started back in, you know, the late 60s, early 70s. There was nothing. Like, there's no logbooks, there's nothing. The trucks were terrible at that point, though. Like, most of them didn't have even air conditioning, or, you know, it was a pretty brutal job. I think in the mid 90s, you kind of had a good balance. There wasn't a ton of regulations, like over regulating things. And the trucks were decent enough. Like, you had some pretty good trucks then. Now that's gone too far again. Like, the trucks are garbage. They got so much electronic garbage on them that they're always broken. Like, trucks, like semis have to be able to run 24 hours a day. They can't be stopping. You know, like, me and my dad, one year we didn't turn the truck off for 6 or 7 months. Like, we just ran continuously. And, you know, with all this eco garbage and bullshit that they throw in these trucks, they just don't function anymore. So I'm glad I kind of quit when I did. It was kind of the last of that. Things being decent enough, but not garbage at that point. I think way back it would have been a lot better. You know, like the logbooks and stuff, they don't necessarily, I don't think they cause, like, they don't make anything safer. It's all just nonsense. Like, the logbooks force people to drive 24 hours a day when they don't want to drive. If there was no logbooks, like in the 70s, if you felt like stopping, you just stop. You know, you'd stop and sleep and just go again. But because like a logbook only allows you to drive a certain amount of hours a day, and once you start driving, the clock is ticking. So it's just stupid. Like, nobody's gonna do that job eventually because it's idiotic. Yeah, some of the places in the States are getting crazy. Like I said, after 9/11, we kind of stopped going into the States because it was just such a hassle to go across the border, you know? So we really just, after that, went back and forth across Canada. But yeah, a lot of the truck stops and stuff in the States, they're like fortresses now, you know? They've got like security, and, you know, you have to be like let in and all kinds of crazy shit in some places. But yeah, I wouldn't want to do it now. Like, my dad is still trucking. Like I said, like, he's 70. I wouldn't want to do it at that age. It's just so obnoxious. But he's just never really done anything else. He started when he was about 14. And it's all he's ever really done. That, like, the skills don't really translate to anything else. Like, he could become like a mechanic or something if he wanted, but then he'd have to train, you know, like get all the certifications and all this stuff. Like, that would be the only downside. Like, I think if you're really young, like if you're like 20 and you just want to make a shitload of money, like, you can do it pretty easily because you can get your license in about 2 weeks. At least here you can. You pay like $3,000, get your license, and just get out there. So it's good for that, but yeah, there's no future in it. Like, you know, I was doing it when I was like 23. And at that point, you can, you know, it's easy to like stay up all day and just drive, and it doesn't affect you. As you get older, it just, you know, gets more and more obnoxious. Yeah, it's not particularly like, someone like my dad is kind of the odd man out because he's always, you know, he's like a vegetarian, and you know, he basically just eats like spinach, and he's eaten really healthy his entire life. But for most people, the trucking would kill them, you know, because you're always eating on the go, you're always eating garbage. Like, I was eating just fast food all the time. It's because I was so young, you know, like I was in my 20s, and you can get away with that at that point. But later on, like if you're like, you know, in your 50s and you're just eating fast food all day because you can't stop, like, you're gonna be in really bad shape fast. So it has a lot of downsides. Like, I wouldn't say it's a great job. I think there's certain situations where it can be really beneficial because you can just get in. Like, you don't need any qualifications. If you have eyes and you can hold on to a steering wheel, you can pretty much drive a truck. It's not rocket science. Yeah. Yeah, once you hit about, you know, once you get through your 30s, I'd say, then you really got to start kind of paying attention to things. Because, yeah, I would just eat, like, you know, McDonald's and whatever I could. Wherever I was stopped, I'd just grab something and go because, you know, with trucking, you're getting paid by the mile. So the more miles you make, the more money you're making. But there's no, like, you're better off, you know, in the long run. Like, you could do trucking for a few years to make a bunch of money fast, but you're better off getting a career because there's no future in trucking. Like, my dad's got 55 years of experience in trucking. He knows everything. He can take his old truck apart, put it back together, and he gets paid exactly the same as somebody who just walked in off the street. You know, like, there's no benefit. The only thing is he would know, you know, what not to do, and he'd know what jobs to take, and he's very, very efficient. That's why he can make a ton of money. Yeah, you have no life. Like, if you want to be home or do anything, just forget about it. It's mainly, like I said, it's only those situations too. Like, if you're just driving a van or something and you're getting paid like regular wages, like, you might as well work at Walmart. What are you doing? It's just a waste of time. Like, I'm talking about, you got to do hard long hauls and like I did like super wide loads and certain things for a long time where you get paid 3, 4, 5 times what a regular trucker will get paid. Like it was doing the hardest work you could do. You know, like drive across the whole country in a day and a half without stopping. Like don't even stop to shower. You stop to fuel up for like half an hour in like 3 days. Yeah, that's the thing. Like I'd say if you're like early 20s, get in, make a lot of money, and go do something else. Get out of it. Like my uncle, he did that for a long time too. He would only work for about 6 or 7 months, but he did like insane stuff. He had a dedicated run where he ran back and forth from Edmonton to Toronto, and he'd do that 3 times a week. Now that is like, that's like crazy. That's like a 40 something hour drive, and to do it 3 times a week means you have to just not stop, you know, because there's only like 48 hours would be 2 days. So to do it 3, like say it's 48 hours to go that far, maybe, I don't know. It'd be close to that, somewhere around 40 something. But to do that 3 times in a week is like, yeah, it's just brutality. And to do that for like 6 months straight, like craziness. But like, you know, he made an insane amount of money. Like he's got a house that's like $3 million. And all that's from just trucking. Because he did that for about 20 years, I think. Yeah, kind of just adding in details at this point. Where are we at? We're almost up to 4 hours. I'll try some adjustment layers and stuff here and just kind of mess around with some stuff for a bit, and then we'll probably I think it'd be good enough on this one. Where's this? To clip that in. Why is that all messed up? Okay. R skin. Oh, that's the wrong one. Yeah, these adjustment layers, like see how it just kind of makes her, like Kitty's skin is kind of, it adds a bit of warmth to it. So I won't do it to Rogue because her skin is already so pale, it will make it look weird. But yeah, you can kind of add a bunch of dimensions with it, like, because the warmth and the cool change the dynamics. Like it's how you could change it to like night. Like if you go with a cooling filter, you can make it look like nighttime. You know, warming makes it look more like it's sunset or something. Because it's going to add a bit of red. So I just want to add a little bit. I don't want too much in there. But yeah, you can go and kind of, you know, just tweak a bunch of stuff. Like all these adjustment layers will add different. I like to add just like a regular, kind of a dark. It bumps up the contrast and adds in darkness. And then you kind of just, what the hell? Okay, there we go. Never mind. Yeah, you can kind of go backwards with it. You can paint the layer on because you take it out and then paint it in. So just to paint in a little bit of darkness around the edges here. It makes you like, it's better if the focus is like the you know, the center here, kind of the center third is like the focus of the picture, you know, so the edges should be kind of darkened out a bit. Just so it keeps your eye on there. No, these images are all safe for work here. Favorite Evo character? I don't know. It's tough to say. Like, I think as far as female characters, I'd probably say like Rogue or maybe Wanda. For male ones, it's tough to say. Like Logan in the show is pretty good, but he's not in. He kind of has a few specific episodes, but in a lot of the seasons, he's not in there. That didn't really do much. Just use some auto adjustment layers here. See if it'll. Doesn't even do anything. Slightly bumped up the shadows. Yeah, sometimes they can be pretty good with these auto adjustment layers, but sometimes they don't do anything. I think it's because this one already has a pretty good balance of contrast. It's not like they can't really bump it up or down very much. Because there's a lot of, you know, contrast between the skin and the ground already. Yeah, leaving that darkness there. Oof. Yeah, I think this one's actually even more detailed than this one. I still like this face a lot. Like this one's a good balance. Like if I was doing a game, I would stick to this level. Like this one's got more detail, but it'd be hard to duplicate so much detail. This one's got kind of the right balance between detailed and just over detailed, you know. Yeah, and I think Kitty here is a pretty good balance too. Her hair is a lot more simple anyways. Rogue's hair is just tough because of the white and the red. You kind of have to balance that out, right? But yeah, this one looks pretty good. I don't know about the... Like we can turn off the water. Or turn it back on. I think it is alright with the water, I think. But yeah, I don't want to get like crazy. Because like the detail just gets lost too, like especially you start getting just, you know, nitpicky with a lot of stuff. Yeah, we'd probably do a small Evo game eventually, and like in the future the games would just be more of like, well, I guess you guys haven't seen Bender Break 2, but they'd be more like that. They're kind of focused on a smaller scale. You still have a lot of the same elements. Like Bender Break 2 doesn't have like money, or it doesn't have so many management aspects that SU has. but you still have kind of like over maps, and you kind of move around in the same general way. I guess you could add like another layer of shine to this, but yeah, I don't think I would. I don't think it would bother you. Just like I said, you get diminishing returns at a certain point of just like kind of doing too much stuff. Because you can kind of like in real life, you'd kind of have a bleed of shine off of them. Especially Rogue, because she's so white. But I'll just do a little bit of kind of overpainting here. But yeah, you could just go on and on and on with details, and I don't like to go too far. It's more since they are looking kind of wet, then it's just getting them shiny, but not too shiny, like not excessively. Yeah, I think with like 5 or 6 characters, it's a lot better because you can focus on quality over quantity. You don't need to. Like, the smaller the game is, the more you can focus things in. You can make more complicated systems. You can do a lot of stuff. Like, SU is so big, everything has to be generalized. It has to have kind of it has to have like a template to it because it's just too big. So, and yeah, Evo just doesn't have the roster to support that either. You have like, yeah, maybe 6 kind of main ones, and then you could have maybe another 6 kind of ones that are in there. Because in the mansion, you'd have what, maybe like 10, and then if you have like Wanda and Boom Boom, and some outside ones, it's not a huge amount. So it's kind of the same thing. Like, even with Bender Break, it's like you've got obviously Korra, and then everyone else can technically just be a side character, even, really. Yeah, like Storm, because she's more of a teacher too, you could have her do other things, like she can still be kind of a side character. Like, in my mind, it would be, that you're a student at the school, obviously. But I think there's a lot of cool stuff you could do with, like, if you could choose superpowers. Yeah, Mystique's kind of just a villain. But, like, I'm saying, like, more complicated systems. Like, the superpower system would work in that I was going to put into SU. So you could have, like, a mutant power that you start with that can modify the game, if you have a certain ability. So that kind of stuff is pretty interesting, I think. It's in a game like SU, it's too big to try to do any of that stuff. Yeah, but we'll just see. I think I would go with an OC. I think the downside of an actual character is you get kind of stuck with, like Lex and SU. You can't break too far away from what Lex would do. With an OC, you can give yourself whatever mutant abilities, whatever name, and you can do whatever you want, So I think the OC is way superior to, unless you have a very, it would depend on the show, But I think 99% of the time, for the sake of the game, an OC is superior. Just because you can do what you want. Whereas if you're playing like I say, you're playing an actual character, it would just be. Yeah, it's just a lot harder to do all that stuff. And I think some people do that and it becomes very stupid too, because you end up having the character doing things that doesn't make any sense. And like, as long as everybody else is like in that situation, at Xavier School, there would be tons of students that you don't know, so it still makes logical sense because it is a school full of random students. And then you just have all the characters just being the characters. So it's still interacting with the world. But at least that way you can, do whatever you want. I would probably just put it at a miscellaneous point. Like, I think trying to exactly follow the shows is not the greatest idea either. Like, even SU does that to a degree. It kind of jumps all over the place. You kind of just put it somewhere in the middle somewhere, probably. Or it just, at a random time. It wouldn't necessarily matter. Because you wouldn't... I think with something like... With Evo, you don't necessarily have to follow plot points from the show very much. You can kind of just construct your own things. Because you can do it kind of more of like a high school... kind of a high school game with the modified aspect of you having mutant powers, so it becomes more like a dating game. But, on the side, you could like train up mutant powers and go out on patrols and do like superhero stuff as kind of a fun aspect. Yeah, there was quite a few characters. Like, there was like Psylocke and a bunch of characters that were going to be added into the show that were never added. So there's a lot of production art of characters that didn't get added. Where is it? I think I took a... Oops, where is it? Yeah, this is where we left off yesterday. Yeah, it would have had like Emma Frost and a lot of other characters. So you can still find those designs, around. And then I would just redesign the characters I don't like anyways, like Jubilee and stuff like that. I think their designs are garbage in the show. So yeah, this is where we ended on the last one. And it's just like everything else was basically done. It's the advantage of doing the background first too, is you can see the progress a lot more clearly here. That we basically did all the skin and swimsuits and everything else and kind of evened everything out. So
Yeah, season 4, I think it kind of like they had set it up for like 6 seasons that they had written, I think. And then everything kind of got like they got that kind of short season 4 to kind of wrap it up, so it is kind of a shame. I think it would have been a lot better if it had ran its course. But still, 4 seasons is pretty far, you know. Like a lot of these, some shows only go 1 or 2 seasons or get cut pretty short. Yeah, I think, what's his name? I think Stephen Gordon or something was the character designer, and he had a whole book that he put online of like character sketches and stuff like that. They just never made it into the show. But yeah, I think I'll just end it there for today. If you guys want to stick around, I'll just run some ads and stuff. See if we get some money for the stream. But yeah, we'll see. I might do one tomorrow. Start another thing. Like I said, the Picardo one will be on Sunday. And then yeah, I'll probably do a bunch next week. Like in the future, we'll get some kind of a schedule where we'll go like probably twice a week or something like that. Something that makes more sense. We won't be going so much. But I mainly want to just try to do as much streaming as I could right now. Well, I kind of got, kind of got extra time to do it, so. Yeah, I'll run them for some amount of time here and then just shut it off. But yeah, thanks for stopping in, guys, and we'll see you on the next one, probably tomorrow afternoon sometime. Start on something else, maybe another Evo thing or DC. Or something, we'll see, I don't know. Maybe we'll vote on it in Patreon. But yeah, we'll see you guys next time. And thanks for sticking around.